We would now like to call to order our June the 7th, 2022 school board meeting of Lynchburg City School Board. And as we have called our meeting to order tonight, I would now like to move us to Section B, which is our agenda approval. And members of the board, we do have the agenda that has been featured for your review. And tonight, there would be a need to have a motion to approve our agenda for this evening. Dr. Brennan.
Mr. Chairman, can I, as an individual board member, can I make a motion that we adjust the agenda, that 2 items from the consent agenda, number 1 being instruction and program policy, be moved to old business. That's a policy about charter schools, which I don't think we've had a chance to really discuss. And the other is the human resources report under new business. If we could, if that would be agreeable to my fellow board members.
All right.
Second.
All right, thank you. It's been moved and seconded by Mr. Harvey to Dr. Brennan's motion that would allow us to pull from the consent agenda, which each board member has the right to do. And we will move, if it is the will of the board, item 3 to old business and item 4 to new business. All right, if we could collapse that within the motion to approve the agenda, if everybody is okay with that. Is there a motion now to approve the agenda with the said pulls from the consent agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
All right, it's a motion to approve our agenda as we have made the adjustments from the consent agenda. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Dr. Gupta. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
School Board Member Mr. Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha? School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Board, for approving our agenda. We're going to now stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, members of the board, we have a full agenda tonight around very important matters to discuss, and so we're going to seek to dispatch of our duties in the most able way that we possibly can with full input from our board. Having heard that, we do have a couple of matters tonight that will require us to move into closed meeting. And so in Section C of our agenda for tonight that we have approved, is there a motion to approve convening a closed meeting to discuss the following as permitted by the Virginia Code, Section 2.2-3711A1, appointment or promotion of particular officers, appointees, or employees?
So move.
Ms. Morrison has made the motion, seconded by Dr. Carter. Is there any further concerns, discussion around the motion to go into closed meeting? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
School Board Member Mr. Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We will now move up to room 206 for our closed meeting. And we want all of you that are here tonight to know we will be back very, very quickly. So we're looking forward to seeing you. We'll be right back. need a motion for us to come out of closed meeting. Dr. Gupta has made the motion, seconded by Dr. Brennan, that we would come out of closed meeting. And further questions or discussion on that motion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter? School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Abstain.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Sorry, come on, Dr.
6-0, one abstain.
All right, we will now, according to the Code of Virginia, Section 2.2-3712D, certify that all matters just concluded in our meeting, that nothing was discussed except the matter or matters specifically identified in the motion to convene in a closed meeting and lawfully permitted to be so discussed under the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act cited in that motion, and the clerk will simply call your name to certify.
School Board Member Mr. Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Abstain.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, one abstain.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank all of you for your patience with us in the closed meeting. We will now move to Section D, which is our public comment, and I do want to thank this board, among a number of things that we have been able to labor through to come up with a good policy to guide us for public comments. And so tonight, we will move ourselves accordingly. Persons appearing before the school board will not be allowed to campaign for public office or promote private business ventures, and should not use profanity or vulgar language or gestures, make comments about a public official or an employee that are not related to their official duties, engage in behavior that disrupts the meeting or intimidate others, or address the school board on issues that do not concern the services, policies, role, and/or responsibilities of the school board. Individual speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. A speaker representing a group shall limit their comments to 5 minutes. The representative shall identify the group at the beginning of their presentation. A group may have no more than one spokesperson. The total allotted time for public comments at school board meetings is 30 minutes, and public comments are reserved for the public to provide input. The board does not respond to comments, answer questions, or otherwise engage in discussion at this time. I do want to acknowledge that our priority statement in our policy suggests that we will be given to in-person comments before voice messages in the following order: students, staff, parents, guardians, community members. And so I want to thank the clerk for categorizing these for us tonight. And so having looked through the order, our first speaker will now be Melissa Chesney, who is coming to discuss collective bargaining, group transportation. Welcome. Go right ahead.
Good evening, esteemed members of the school board, members of the community, and my colleagues around the district. My name is Melissa Chesney, and I am a full-time bus driver for the district, as well as an LEA union steward and representative to the Central Virginia UNISERV Board. Today, I stand before you excited for the future of the Transportation Department of Lynchburg City Schools. Normally, when I come before you, it's to present bad news, but today, that's not the case. On April 29th, 2022, I, acting as the union steward for the department, started an authorization card campaign with the intention of coming to you all today to present a petition requesting the right to bargain between the Lynchburg Education Association and Lynchburg City Public Schools School Board. In the following 5 days, I personally spoke with and witnessed the overwhelming majority of the employees in this department throw their support behind this movement. In a department with 107 non-administrative employees, that's our bus drivers, bus assistants, and diesel mechanics, 97, yes, 97 employees signed an authorization card in support of the LEA becoming the bargaining agent for the purpose of a negotiating contract that will better serve us as employees, the district, and the kids that we transport. This was not only a simple majority as required by law, but a supermajority of the employees in this department at 90.65% approval. This campaign from start to finish was just 5 work days long. So to say that this group of employees is looking forward to a better future for everyone is stating it mildly. We are all looking ahead with excitement to the opportunities this process presents. We have all experienced the turmoil that occurs when there is high turnover in the transportation department, the doubled and tripled routes, the late buses, the daily sub-drivers, and the confusion that it causes for our parents, our kids, and frankly for us driving the buses as well. We deeply want this to change. We, your bus drivers, want to know what we're doing every day, when we need to be there, and all the regulations that we are subject to so that we can get on with the real business at hand, which is being the consistent person that our kids see first and last every day as representatives of this school district. As I have stated many times before, your bus drivers are an essential asset to this community. We deeply care about these children, and our commitment to getting them transported where they need to go safely every day is extremely important to us, as well as you. We are ecstatic to finally have an opportunity to work with the school board and administration on drafting a contract for us that is clear, concise, and will leave no questions unanswered about policy, procedure, and the expectations going forward. Working together through this contract negotiation process is a major win for everyone, as it will improve relations between department administrators and employees, improve turnover of staff, and will give us all the stability in our workplace that we have been lacking. Stability in the workplace is essential to a well-functioning and staffed transportation department. A well-negotiated contract can and will improve working conditions for us and the administration, and that has actual tangible effects on the experience our parents and our students have every day. A well-negotiated contract means that the days of frustrated parents calling every single number in the district's Rolodex to find out where their kids are and what time they'll be dropped off or where the bus that was supposed to pick them up is will be over. And I know that the idea of fielding significantly less of those phone calls just made the secretaries everywhere in the district take a deep sigh of relief. This is a historic moment for Lynchburg City Schools, as this is the first ever proposal of its kind, not just for us, but also in this area. Working together is the only way we can tangibly solve these significant disconnects between the administration and the employees. It is with that hope of a better future for everyone involved that we present to you a petition seeking a collective bargaining agreement between the LEA on behalf of the Transportation Department employees and the Lynchburg City Schools Public District. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for coming tonight. Our next speaker, which is representing Group IAs, Brooke Carson. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Brooke Carson. I come to you today not only as chair of the collective bargaining committee of the Lynchburg Education Association, but as a teacher, as a member of the Lynchburg community. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak with you about this important issue. As you know, LCS transportation employees have been passionately organizing these past few months to ready the petition that is now before you, and the results of their efforts are clear. Over 90% of transportation department employees voted yes for collective bargaining. This is an overwhelming majority, and the message they bear cannot be ignored. Our bus drivers, bus assistants, and mechanics are ready for a seat at the table. However, this statement makes it sound as if collective bargaining is a right that is only beneficial for employees. This could not be further from the truth. Though the right to bargain will absolutely be beneficial to our be beneficial to our bus drivers, bus assistants, and mechanics, we know a healthy school district has to balance the wants and needs of the community as well as its employees. As a result, my goal today is to demonstrate how the right to collectively bargain will have positive ramifications across the district, not only for employees, but for our students, for their parents, for the Lynchburg community, and for you. As a teacher, I know the importance of positive student relationships with adults. Students thrive when they have the security of knowing the adults around them have their best interests at heart and will be there when they need them. I strive to foster these types of interactions in my classroom every day. However, as a teacher, I also know that a positive learning environment is not confined to the classroom. Our bus drivers are a vital part of our student support systems. While my students have me for one school year, ideally they may have the same bus driver for their first day of kindergarten until their graduation day. What a blessing for our students to get on the bus each day, greeted by a familiar face. However, this can only happen if bus drivers and other transportation workers feel supported, empowered, and valued enough to be able to stay in their positions long enough to shepherd our students to graduation. Conversely, when our transportation department is understaffed, students pay the price. At Glass, classes are scheduled to start at 7:25 each morning. However, this past year, our drivers have had to make double runs almost every morning in order to transport all of our students to school. These second runs often did not arrive until 7:40. Not only do these double runs put unreasonable pressure on our drivers as they work to fill the gaps left by missing employees, but they also mean that students miss valuable instruction time. This issue also impacts parents. Without enough drivers, there can be no consistency in pickup or drop-off times, especially in regards to field trips and extracurricular activities. Without this consistency, many parents are left in the lurch, unable to allow their students to participate in the activities they love as they cannot reliably schedule around them. The right to collectively bargain will be a big step towards solving these problems. Research tells us that collective bargaining is the best way to increase morale as well as attract and retain experienced employees. According to a 2017 empirical study by labor management researchers Arab Chowdhury and M.G. Jaman, which compares unionized contract workers with collective bargaining rights and non-unionized white-collar employees, the collective bargaining process enhances the bondage and trust between employee and employer and is instrumental in maintaining a harmonious employee relations climate. Employees who are able to have a say in their contract are not only happier, but are also able to stay in their jobs longer than employees without this power. Additionally, they are better able to address the pressing issues that come up in the workplace, as they can use their hands-on experience to work with the district to make things better. We trust our bus drivers to safely transport our kids to and from school and activities each day. Shouldn't we also trust them to know what they need to excel at their jobs? To be direct, when employees aren't empowered to fix the problems that impact them on a daily basis, they leave. We know that districts across the country are having difficulty filling positions and retaining employees in all categories. Granting collective bargaining rights to LCS employees will not only reduce employee turnover, which saves the district money in regards to employee recruitment and new employee training, but will make LCS more attractive to prospective employees. Currently, with employee shortages projected to get worse in the coming year, we need the extra leverage over other districts in the area. Even more pressing is the fact that other districts around us are also considering similar collective bargaining agreements. We don't want to be left behind when these districts become more attractive to potential employees. Collective bargaining will keep our districts competitive, which will benefit not only our drivers, bus assistants, and mechanics, but our students and the district as a whole. This campaign for collective bargaining has been a true labor of love. Love for drivers and mechanics who deserve to be active participants.
Thank you, Ms. Carson. We really appreciate you coming tonight. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Your next speaker will be, this is our final group that will be presented tonight. We welcome Carl Luce. Please come forward.
Hello once again to all of you, and thank you as always for your service to Lynchburg City Schools and our students and our community. As you know, I am Carl Luce. I'm president of Lynchburg Education Association, and it's my distinct honor to be before you today. I have spoken with you in the past about the benefits of collective bargaining and how it will help enhance the working environment for employees, the learning environment for students, and help LCS attract and retain the best and brightest in their fields, especially as we are currently facing in the state of Virginia a shortage of 2,600 employees for the upcoming school year. When this discussion began, there was excitement from the employees about collective bargaining, but there were also questions about the process from board members, from LCS administration, and also from LEA members. In response, The LEA continues to educate members, employees, the school division, and the community about the process. In addition, we pursued collective bargaining for one segment of our division. We chose transportation for a myriad of reasons. It's the area that's been most vital to keeping our schools open during the pandemic. It's a department that has seen a high turnover rate and has had trouble filling positions. It's a department that has consistently deals with the highest percentage of employee concerns. And thanks to the outstanding efforts of LEA representatives Melissa Chesney and Gracie Moorman, as well as collective bargaining chair Brooke Carson, it's also a department that's very excited about the opportunity to work with Lynchburg City Schools on these pressing issues. Therefore, as a result of a card campaign that shows over 90% of transportation employees want this opportunity, the Lynchburg Education Association presents this school board with a resolution to allow collective bargaining for Lynchburg City School employees. Please note the use of the word Lynchburg in all of this. This is not a hostile takeover from the NEA or the VEA of public education in our community. It has zero to do with politics. The LEA has no interest in the political interest or problems in Fairfax and Richmond or any other part of the state. This is a request from employees in this community. This is about change for the better in this community. This is about handling problems, improving conditions, and working in concert with the school administration in this community. This is about creating a partnership between LCS and its employees that will allow continuity through whatever changes in school board membership or division leadership may occur. What we are seeking here is an opportunity for employees to have more of a say in the details that make a school division successful, an opportunity for Lynchburg City Schools to attract employees in a very competitive market, who will choose a division that recognizes their professional abilities and contributions, an opportunity to retain employees that LCS has spent millions of dollars training and who have developed relationships within this community. As this process continues, the LEA stands ready to answer any questions that you may have. We would love the opportunity to present to the board in an arena outside of public comment as well, so that we can have a dialogue about the real-world benefits of collective bargaining. We want to make sure that the board, the administration, and the community understand the process and the possibilities before them. Again, I encourage you to adopt the resolution before you tonight. Don't just give your employees a job, give them a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luce. We appreciate it. Thank you for coming. We have two individuals that are going to come before us within our time frame. And the first is Bonnie Parker. Bonnie?
Excuse me, due to a medical issue, he has submitted his comments via email, so he will not be.
All right. Thank you, Melissa, and that'll be circulated to the board. Well, our final public comment for tonight in public is an individual who has transitioned from being a student, and congratulations, Jeffrey, on your graduation. And last speaker is Jeffrey Wooders, who's now a member of the community, well, he always has been, but representing the community.
Thank you, members of the school board. As Dr. Coleman said, my name is Jeffrey Wooders. I'm a recent graduate of EC Glass High School and Lynchburg City Schools. I have been a member of this community for 13 years, and for 11 of those years, I rode the bus to school, twice a day, to school and back home. And one of my earliest memories of LCS is actually my very first elementary school bus, bus number 23, which took me back and forth from my home to Sheffield Elementary School. And I didn't always love riding the bus, but when I look back at the history that I have, I realize how thankful I am to have had a great transportation department and great bus drivers, and they deserve a lot more than what they're getting. Bus drivers aren't just transportation workers. Their job might be on paper to take students back and forth from their houses and deliver them safely, but in truth, they do so much more. They are health workers. They have first aid kits and body fluid cleanup kits. They clean wounds or clean up vomit that students might have on the bus. They are counselors. They talk to our children when they get on and off the bus. They take a real interest in what's going on with their lives and what's going on with their education and their extracurricular activities. They are mentors. Our students come to bus drivers with questions and concerns and build relationships with them. Bus drivers do And our transportation workers do so much more than I think we often perceive them to and give them credit for. And that's why I'm standing before you today to urge you to adopt the collective bargaining agreement that is being presented by members of the Lynchburg Education Association. Our bus drivers are working in not great conditions. We are understaffed. We have high turnover. And especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen the effects of unsafe working conditions on our transportation workers. They deserve to have a voice at the bargaining table when it comes to their contracts, when it comes to their wages, and it comes to the conditions in which they work. And only through collective bargaining can that wish and that dream be achieved. Our transportation workers deserve a fair wage, deserve a fair voice, and deserve a fair working condition when they take the hundreds, if not thousands, of children back and forth from their houses every single day. So once again, I urge you to adopt this collective bargaining agreement. Thank you for your time.
All right, well, thank all of you for the public comment section, and thank you very much. At this time, we will now move into the next section, E. Of course, our student reps are not in place at this time, and so we will move into our finance report, section F, and this is for information tonight, reviewing the payment period through April the 30th, 2022. Dr. Edwards.
Absolutely, and Ms. Davis is with us on Zoom, so she is going to deliver the finance report virtually. Ms. Davis.
Good evening, board. So you see your finance report, and the revenue we've received to date is 76.8 million, or roughly 74.66%. The expenditures to date are 75.2 million, or 73.11%. And then the expenditures, including encumbrances, are 96.9 million. And this is as of April 30th. I also wanted to update your health insurance summary, and we compared to last year. April was actually a really good month for us. We were able to make up about $284,000, which is good, which we needed. And then I also included your expenditure and some revenue reports. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions tonight for any of our board members concerning the finance report for the stated period? Dr. Brennan?
Ms. Davis, thank you so much for your report, and it does look like it was a good month as far as the healthcare costs and income goes. We still have a bit of a deficit, though I guess we'll need to cover that by the end of the year. Or how does that get handled as far as the finances for the end of the year?
When we true up, that budget transfer that you've already approved, and then once we true up for the year, we'll be solvent.
Does that actually get zeroed out at the end of the year? Is that what we do?
Yeah.
Okay.
The total
Yeah.
there is just a running total so that you can see over the course of the year what the actual deficit that has occurred all year long. The funds are there to cover it, but we want to be transparent that says, this is what we projected, but this is what's real.
Right, good, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. Any other questions, concerns? All right, thank you so much, and we appreciate the finance update. At this time, we will now move to consent agenda, section G, and as handled in our approval of the agenda, we have pulled items 3 and 4, so the consent agenda is number 1, minutes from the May 3rd, 2022 school board meeting, minutes from the May 17th, 2022 school board work session, and item 5, Human Resources Report Addendum. Is there a motion at this time to approve the consent agenda on those items mentioned?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as mentioned.
Motion been made by Dr. Carter. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Gupta. Any further questions or discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
School Board Member Mr. Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right, thank you, board. We're going to now pause for some really good news, and our superintendent will share that.
Okay, so in the consent agenda was the appointment of 4 new Lynchburg City Schools team members, family members, which we are so excited to have them join our team. The first is a recommendation that has been approved for our new Chief Financial Officer. And we would like to welcome Miss Karen Capazzi to join the Lynchburg City Schools team. Ms. Capazzi is currently the business manager, which is the equivalent of CFO in New York, and where she has served since August of 2013. She does have some Lynchburg ties. She has a Master of Business Administration right here from Liberty University in Lynchburg. She and her family will be moving to Lynchburg. She brings a wealth of information and experience in school business administration, which is our Chief Financial Officer position. So we are definitely looking forward to having Ms. Capazzi join our team and bring with her not only her knowledge and talent, but also her family. And it is my understanding that with Ms. Capazzi comes 2 more Lynchburg City School students as well. So we are happy to have the entire Capazzi family join us here at Lynchburg City Schools. Our second position is one as the principal of Sandusky Middle School. And we are so proud to announce that we have a homegrown candidate who has been with us for 9 years at Sandusky Middle School, and that is Miss Anitra Lee, who is currently, or was currently, the assistant principal at Sandusky, has stepped up to the reins of being the chief leader at Sandusky Middle School. And again, Anitra has been at Sandusky for 9 years. She has a wonderful relationship in the community with the students, with the staff. Very talented. We are looking forward to the next level where Sandusky is just going to soar, and we are excited to not only welcome her to the ranks of building principal, but to provide her the support and love as she moves forward in this journey and taking care of our kids at Sandusky Middle School. In just one word, it's very competitive at that middle school level. So welcome to the team, and I'm sure Dr. Dills and Dr. Rule will be the best supportive colleagues because we just love that middle school PLC in terms of their collaboration and camaraderie. So that is the middle school position. Our third position is Chief Academic Officer, and this position is actually a repurpose of a position that we had as Director of Curriculum. And those of you may remember that our former Director of Curriculum left in November. That position has been vacant all year long, and we have now repurposed that position to be a Chief Academic Officer who will work with me and work with directly under Ms. Pugh and directly with building principals as we focus on instructional leadership and closing the achievement gap, something I know Dr. Gupta has spoken about a lot, and that is one of our primary functions. But again, we would like to welcome future Dr. Sam Coleman, who is joining us from Wisconsin. So again, a very talented team, both in Lynchburg and also outside of Lynchburg. He is currently the curriculum director at, and I just lost my place on the school here, in Wisconsin at one of their public schools, and it is Sure, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pugh. I'm trying to do too much. And we had the wonderful pleasure of interviewing him and working with him. He has done a lot of work in curriculum instruction, working with building principals, doing principal supervision, as well as doing work with equity, diversity, and inclusion, and community service work. So we are excited to have him join us somewhere around July 1st. Joining that team and working directly under Ms. Pugh in the instruction and program realm, but also working directly with certain assigned building principals and myself. And lastly, our last position Again, another position that we took, a former position, which was the Senior Director for Finance and Operations, which is currently held by our very own Mr. Steve Gasky, who is retiring at the end of this month. And rather than refilling that position, we repurposed that position to be the Deputy Superintendent for Operations and Strategic Planning. And once again, we are excited with the talent that we were able to interview and bring to the LCS family. And hopefully from just these four, you see we have a variety and diversity in terms of gender, in terms of experiences, and in terms of location, geography. And this particular candidate is one of our homegrown, went through our school system, a product of our school system, and has been a major contributor to our city as well. So we are excited to welcome Dr. Reed Wodeka as our new Deputy Superintendent for Operations and Strategic Planning. And Dr. Wodeka currently serves as the Deputy City Manager, so he is no stranger to Lynchburg and Lynchburg City Schools. We have worked with him on capital improvement plans, community investments, and a whole host of things, including when he served as the interim city manager, and we actually worked together to form a budget. He will be joining us and leading us as we move forward with our facility study, which he is very familiar with on the city side. So we are excited to have him. I did say it was a repurpose and a retool of a former position. So under his leadership will be the Human Resources Department, the Finance Department, School Nutrition, Transportation, and Communications Department. So the operations side of the house, Ms. Pugh will still have the Student Services Department, Special Education Department, IT, and Curriculum Instruction with the new Chief Academic Officer. And together with these new four teammates, as well as our existing team, we are excited about what we are about to do here in Lynchburg City Schools. So I'm telling this public, our community, to just get ready for some awesome work, some exciting things. Just in the interviews alone, we have many ideas, lots of creativity, positive enthusiasm, and morale is going up. Community involvement is going up, and we look forward to the great work that we're going to do together as a team. So I thank this board for your support and for working with us and allowing us to take a minute, reflect, decide. And we talked about this. Do we still need that position? Is there a better position? And you all have been extremely supportive in allowing us to kind of retool and repurpose. And the last thing that I want to say about all of these candidates plus ourselves is we do all this with one important product in mind, and that's our children. And each one of these people who are joining our team have a heart, a passion, and a desire to make things better, to open up doors, to enhance the educational opportunities for our children. And that is the number one quality that we look for in leadership here in Lynchburg City Schools. And we're excited with all the other talent that comes along with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards, and this entire board would like to thank Director Scott and all of the people who have worked with you, Deputy Superintendent Pugh. I don't like to drift, and so I'm not drifting, but this looks like a championship team to me, all of you all together. I guess that's the signal that I'm drifting. So let me get back on the point. But this is a great team. I'm not going to mention some of the great teams I have in mind. That was letting me know I was drifting, so I'm not going to go there. But we're excited about what this means, all right? Let's go to Section H now. Our
A
school.
round of applause there.
Yes, do that. Woo! Thank you, Dr. Brennan. All right. And it's just incredible. All right, Section H, the first item is the Finance Committee, and we do want to acknowledge that Dr. Nillis was formerly the chair of this committee, and there may well be work that the committee needs to do before the end of the month. And so it would be in order, I would think, Ms. Morrison, if we could. Currently, Mr. Harvey is the alternate to that committee, and this board may well want to make him a member of the committee, and then maybe put in line an alternate, and when the committee gets together, I know Ms. Morrison has been chairing that committee, but we'll leave that up. If there's a need for the committee to meet, at least the board has taken care of any necessary dynamics in that regard. And so the floor is open for that discussion. Ms. Morrison, would you?
If Mr. Harvey is willing to step into that position, that would be really helpful from my point of view, because you have the background, and we may only have one more meeting, but it may be an important one. So I would hope that you would.
I appreciate and I'm very much honored by that, but I do believe since my term will be ending at the end of the month, I think this would be a great opportunity to appoint someone to that committee and allow them to start to get their feet wet, possibly for, as it moves forward into next year. I will still be more than happy to serve as an alternate and attend the Finance Committee meeting, but I think this might be a great opportunity to bring on some other school board members and give them the opportunity to see how the Finance Committee meets prior to the start of next session.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. That certainly is some reason behind that. The pleasure of the board on this matter. We'll move right along. Is there someone who would like to serve on the Finance Committee in the event that the committee needs to meet prior to the end of June 30th? Mr. Harvey.
If it would please the board, I'd like to offer the name of Dr. Sinha, if she would consider that position.
I would certainly not be opposed to chairing in Dr. Nillis, or sitting on the committee in Dr. Nillis' stead. However, he was chair, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There's no way I'm ready to be a chair. I don't think that's what you're asking, but
And I think at the next meeting, we'll
I'll certainly attend next meeting, absolutely.
All right. So then, if there's no one else, then I think it would be appropriate, I believe, that the board would entertain a motion that Dr. Sinha would become the member of the Finance Committee, replacing Dr. Nillis, and that Mr. Harvey will remain as the alternate. Dr. Gupta.
I move that Dr. Sinha would.
All right, so that is motion, seconded by Mr. Trost. Any further questions or discussion on that motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
School Board Member Mr. Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes,
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you so much, board, and we
can I
thank,
just say one quick thing?
please, please.
I think I'm developing a knack for finishing unfinished terms.
That's cute, Dr.
Is it a
Sinha.
good thing? Sorry, I just had to say.
Yeah, that's, thank you, Dr. Sinha. All right, at this time, we will now move to the governor's school. Dr. Gupta.
Coleman?
Yes, I'm so sorry, Ms. Morrison. Please.
We do have a meeting, June 28th at 3:30,
Okay, great.
just so that everybody knows if others are interested in coming.
Okay, so noted. Thank you, Ms. Morrison. All right, item 2, Governor's School Committee, Dr. Gupta.
Governor's School Committee is not meeting till August, so we don't have any meeting in June, July. August will be the first meeting after the schools reopen.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, and thank you for your fine work working with the Governor's School. Laurel Regional School Committee, Dr. Carter.
And I was not able to attend that meeting, but the alternate, Mrs. Morrison, attended, and so she has that report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carter and Special Education Director Daniels Boucher for getting me prepared for that meeting. And if any of you ever have the opportunity to attend the Laurel Board meeting, it was truly a good experience, and to sit with your colleagues from other divisions and to watch the way the special education directors work together. I just felt really good when I walked out of there, and they were so helpful, and they did approve a tentative budget based on the LCS budget once it's approved, and they were looking at the same pay salaries that we were looking at, and that'll be presented once it's final. The most exciting thing for me at that meeting was a new program that they are going to be offering next year, 2 new classrooms for students with IEPs that have significant behavior concerns, and they're setting up 2 classrooms, and they can put students in there but it's not long-term. It's for immediate interaction with behavior specialists, with special teachers, with social workers, to work with the families, to figure out what's going on. It's just very exciting. And all the school divisions immediately said, we have at least 3 to 4 students that we can identify right now that would benefit from this kind of wraparound services and maintaining close contact with their base school so we can get the kids back. I think that's going to do a lot for a lot of our students, and I'm very excited about that, and I know that we'll hear more about it from Director Daniels Boucher. And I just was not able to attend the graduation that they had. We did have one student graduate. I know that Dr. Coleman and Dr. Edwards, the speaker was Jim Gallagher, who is the Human Resource Director from Amherst, and he was an assistant principal with me at Glass and a director of special education for Amherst, and so I'm sure it was an inspiring speech. And it was such an uplifting meeting, and so I encourage you to attend if you have the opportunity to. They're not meeting till August either. That's a good kind of board. Not every month. They get the work done. Thank you.
Yes, they do.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison, for giving that report, and thank you both. Thank you, Dr. Carter, as well. All right, as far as the STEM Academy, is there someone to give a report, Dr. Carter?
Well, I do not have a report, but the next meeting will be June the 22nd from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m., and that's going to be with the STEM Academy Board and also the Partnerships Team meeting.
I can do that. I went to that meeting.
And I was the alternate for Dr. Nillis, so I'll attend also.
Okay. I mean, I went to that meeting.
you went to the-
Yeah, I can give the update in
Okay,
place.
all
I
right,
can play
for
the
the
role
main
of
one,
Dr.
right?
Nillis right now. I did attend the May 24th meeting for the STEM Academy. And they are fully up with 56 students for next year. And you guys know just from our budget that there was a slight increase in tuition, which is part of what we discussed. Some great things, Lynchburg City Schools in particular, we have 7 senior seats and 8 junior seats for next year. I also had the opportunity to go to the senior internship presentations on April 27th, which were just phenomenal to see the kids present. We had 5 seniors that also presented their work that they have done within the community with some of the local businesses. So that's just a great opportunity. There are, for next year, 10 mechatronics, 4 cybersecurity, and health science is growing with 11 possible internships for next year. So if you know anyone who is willing to work with the STEM Academy to support that, please reach out to Susan Cash for that. May 10th, I was able to go to their senior dinner and their awards ceremony, which was another wonderful event just to spend time with families and really get to know some of the accomplishments of our students, as well as them giving out awards for most improved and a whole bunch of superlatives, which was just kind of fun to be with the kids. I was not able to attend the graduation at the Vine Center on May 12th, but I always think it's wonderful that our kids graduate early college and STEM and everything before they step across the stage for EC Glass and Heritage. So it's just very nice to be able to support them. In addition to the joint meeting, their regular scheduled meeting is in August, on August 16th.
All right, thank you, Dr. Edwards, for that information, and we'll govern ourselves accordingly with the stated dates, et cetera. Thank you very much. All right, item 5, Legislative Advocacy Committee, Dr. Sinha.
We had a scheduled meeting May 10th, but for lots of reasons, there were competing priorities. Quite a few people could not attend, and had I thought things through a little bit more, I would have perhaps canceled or rescheduled that meeting. So as it turns out, it was Mr. Trost, myself, and Ms. Day. So we talked over a few things, but then deferred to next month, which brings up, and we can talk about this now or later, probably later, we may need to change the date of the next legislative advocacy meeting, which would normally be on the 14th to the 21st.
Yeah.
But it is the last time to meet, and I want an opportunity to set us up for a good handoff for next year.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha, for the fine job you have done and continue to do with the Legislative Advocacy Committee. And so we will have a discussion on that a little bit later to kind of firm that up. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Sinha. That brings us to our last piece for the committee reports. And I do want to acknowledge that the PI Board met virtually June the 2nd. Mr. Harvey was a part of that. And we're continuing to build our board membership of supportive businesses and organizations. And we're striving to recognize those partners who are continuing to support us. And the board is planning an event for the fall to show appreciation for our partners. And so that group seems to be moving along, and I've enjoyed listening and participating in the meetings. Mr. Harvey, I don't know if you have anything else you would like to add to it.
No, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. All right. At this time, we will now move, I think we can handle this now. Comprehensive Strategic Plan, and we're going to turn that over to Dr. Edwards for Ms. Pugh.
Absolutely. So one of the goals in our comprehensive strategic plan is to look at our alternative ed programs. You know that we had an assessment done and had a team come in, and tonight Mrs. Pugh is going to go over the summary for the audit report for our alternative ed programs.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards, members of the board. First, I'd like to thank some of our staff members who helped me with an internal audit. We worked with the National Alternative Education Association, and they suggested that we get a team together, representative of alternative education programs, but also of our base school programs and some other departments. And so I'd like to thank that team, which was Lisa Lee, principal at Sheffield, and part of the transition program, Casey Jefferson, who's director at Empowerment Academy, Amy Cardwell, who serves as a co-coordinator for Fort Hill Community School, Kathy Vire, director of Fort Hill Community School, Jason Jambrone, who's an assistant principal at EC Glass and has some teaching experience in alternative education setting, Sharon Anderson, principal of Heritage Elementary, Danny Rule, principal at Dunbar Middle School for Innovation, Tracy Peastrack, who is a student services supervisor, and Director LaTanya Brown, who oversees student services. And I want to thank them for their dedication and participation, because they gave a lot of time and consideration and thought. We did some site visits, some school visits, some interviews. We conducted a survey. And using the exemplary practices tool from the National Alternative Education Association, we were able to take a critical look internally. But then we had a visit from 4 members of that organization. 2 from Virginia and 2 from Maryland. And in your report, you see that they are either president-elect or past president or director of different regions, past directors and current directors of Region 2, of which we sit in for Virginia. So they were here on March 28th and 29th, and they conducted their audit of Sheffield Transition Program, Empowerment Academy, and Fort Hill Community School. They met for 2 days. Again, they did site visits. They walked through those sites. They spoke with students. They spoke with staff members. They engaged in conversations with the directors and the administrators of those programs, and got a really good in-depth look at the programs that we have. And they use that rubric, which is also attached there. So when we're looking at our programs, we're looking internally and externally at things like vision and mission and leadership. And leadership is not only the program leadership, but also how division leadership supports those alternative education programs. We looked at climate and culture and curriculum and instruction and how we use technology, how students are entering into those programs, and then what the process is for exiting back out to those programs. Because our alternative education settings are not meant to be you come and stay, but it is a place to come and learn and reacclimate, and then we want to get our students back to their base schools as quickly as possible. So they also completed the same survey that we did, and they gave us some in-depth information, but I'm just going to cover some of the major recommendations that they had for all 3 programs across the division. So one was to address facility concerns, which is very timely as we are in the midst of that facility study, and we've been talking about the need to also, as we have continuing conversations with the facility study and planning, that we continue to consider alternative education programs as a big part of that. They also talked a lot about developing formal vision and mission statements that align with the vision and mission statement of the division, and that each program had a vision and a mission, and it was all around students, but they were all very different. And it needs to suit that program, but it should always tie back to our mission. They talked about, in that leadership aspect, of enhancing in our communication and collaboration between division administration, including senior leadership as well as department leaders, with the school-based leadership, so those directors and principals of those programs. Looking at relevant professional development for those alternative education teachers and allowing them to go have specific professional development, but also allowing them to lead professional development for our regular education and base school teachers, so that they have an understanding of some strategies that they can use in their classroom to work with students. And then developing guidelines, which we already have in place, so I think it really is reviewing those guidelines for the placement and acceptance of students into each individual program. And so that is our next step forward. I have shared the results with the internal committee. We've had one follow-up meeting. We did have a meeting again today with some of those members to really talk about the future of alternative education programming, specifically for this coming up school year, because their recommendation and their summary report will take some time to implement. It will take time for us to develop a plan of implementation of strategic goals and a timeline. But we did meet today and talked preliminarily about some of the things that we could do to begin next year. So we are very excited about the possibilities that are ahead of us. And I will take any questions at this time if you have them.
Any questions for Deputy Superintendent Pugh around what she has just presented to the board? Dr. Gupta?
Is there any kind of timeline or associated with implementing some of these items here, the recommendations from this audit?
I think this summer and this fall we'll develop that timeline plan of the objectives. And again, I think it's going to be a very critical and key part. Some of the things that we're going to be able to do will be very much integrated and woven into our facilities program. So some of the decisions we make there may have an impact on some of the suggestions around facility concerns. So we'll want to make sure that we're on that same timeline. I'm hoping to have a plan and a recommendation to the board sometime this fall, September, October.
And as a follow-up to that, it'd be nice if we shared potentially wherever there's an overlap to share some of these recommendations with the facilities team. I guess that's what you're saying you're going to do.
Yes.
So we can do it together. Okay,
Yes,
great.
sir.
Excellent. It's good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trost. Dr. Gupta?
Ms. Pugh, could you shed some light on recommendation number 5 about placement and acceptance, and what was their concern which made this recommendation to come up?
There are certain criteria that have been established when these programs were put into place. For example, Empowerment Academy just finished year number 6, and so when they began that, I'm sure that they had established certain criteria for which students would be able to be part of the Empowerment Academy, and the same for Fort Hill, as well as the transition program for our elementary students at Sheffield. Over the years, there has been some need. For example, at Sheffield, the original plan there was to have students who had Tier 2, which we would call Tier 1 behaviors we can take care of in the classroom, and we provide strategies and resources for our students to redirect in the classroom. Tier 2 is a little bit more involved in terms of behaviors. So the transition program at Sheffield was developed to handle Tier 3 students. Tier 2 students. Over the years, we have had some students who have even more severe behaviors, and those are our Tier 3 students, and we didn't have a place to put them. And so we have placed them at the transition program at Sheffield. The same is true for some of those students that we need to place in alternative education at Fort Hill or at Empowerment Academy. We have seen an increase in the need for more alternative programs, larger spaces, more teachers, more access for our students. And so we have sometimes had a backdoor entry because we really need to make sure that this student is receiving the educational services that they need. And we need to get them into a program versus having homebound instruction or home-placed instruction. So we've sometimes done a backdoor placement, which has kind of been an emergency placement. And in many cases, especially at the transition program at Sheffield, they're not equipped to handle those with the number of staff or the strategies or the resources. And so we as a division have to make sure that we, number one, have clear entry and exit procedures for those programs, but then we also have to take a look at the number of students that need access to alternative programs and make sure that we have, as I said, adequate spaces, classrooms, teachers, support such as behavior coaches, RBTs, those types of things. So that's what they're suggesting.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Dr. Carter?
My question is, was there a target that they gave for like the placement, how long a student should remain in a
No, ma'am.
alternative education? There was no target given?
No, ma'am.
Or any
And
exit
typically that
strategy?
target for us would be a 9-week period would be the longest that we would go, and then we would evaluate that in hopes that we could place them back into that. We certainly would evaluate prior to that to make sure that if they're ready to go. But typically we don't want them to be there any longer than 9 weeks, but sometimes they are there longer than that based on their needs.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Pugh, and for the questions thereof. It would be my recommendation at this time that we would consider a 5-minute break. When we get to Section J, we have 3 items. Going to really have to dig in to make sure that we follow through on our FY 2022-23 operating budget final approval. We'll have a CARES update, and then from our consent agenda, we will discuss instruction and program policy. So if no one objects, we'll take a 5-minute break and reconvene at that time. We will reconvene, and we do want to acknowledge tonight, board, that each board member obviously has the right to give input during this section. I just trust that we will appreciate the fact that we have painstakingly tried to go through a process to get here tonight, and we want to try to give some respect to the previous steps and agreements that we have made. Obviously, all of that is for discussion at this point. And also, we want the public to know that we care very much about every single consideration that may come to us. We simply have limited funds. And we appreciate what council decided to give us. We really do. Had we received more, then of course would make our task a little easier. So I want to turn this now over to Dr. Edwards and the team, and then it'll come to us for discussion and action tonight, maybe.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Coleman. And yes, this is definitely a team effort. And before I get into tonight's operating budget proposal, I do want to take a moment, and especially since we have now approved Ms. Capazzi as our new CFO, to recognize the hard work and efforts of Ms. Monet Davis, who is
Absolutely.
on there. I can tell you in December, if you're a superintendent right before budget season and your CFO leaves you, there is a sense of panic that happens. And I will be remiss if I did not say that Ms. Davis, who serves as our budget analyst, stepped up to the plate, did what was necessary, was my team partner, learned a lot along with me, and helped me sort of guide us through a budget process where this was no ordinary year. We took on changing pay tables and adding different things and doing new job descriptions and collapsing some items. And she was there every step of the way with us on senior leadership for what we said was going to be, oh goodness, no longer than 3 months. And she was like, okay. It turned out to be about 6 months that she served in that role. So I just want to publicly say thank you for everything that you have done to get us here and to help us through not only just the budget season, but the facility study and everything else that we have been working on. Your efforts are very much appreciated, and I'm sure this board also appreciates the fact that we are here with budget documents, and that is due in part to your leadership and your service to LCS, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. That being said, there she is. I was gonna say, there she is. That being said, we do have a budget before you, so let me just give a little bit of history so folks understand where we are when we prepared this operating budget, and it does say pending the approval, final approval of state revenue, which the governor has not signed yet. And we were also waiting for information in the calc tool, and I'll talk a little bit about that. But as Dr. Coleman said, we are grateful for the revenue that we did receive from the city. It was not at our ask level, but we went back and retooled some things. So we looked at priorities, and I do want to go over those in a little bit more detail just for the board to really dig in. Also, our public to have a better understanding about our priorities. First priority was salaries, and it was really important that along with even the proposals that came from the former governor and the House and combined, that a minimum of 5% salary increase went to our staff, our teaching staff. And we know that they fund the SOQ funded positions, but we are much more than just the SOQ funded positions. We have a whole talented staff. So we did our due diligence. The board supported 8%, and I know that the entire staff was grateful for the 8%. And while we did not get enough city revenue to support that, we did do a little bit better in some cases than the 5%. But also, I don't want us to forget some of those other goals that we had, which was removing compression, going to new pay tables, consistently moving up from what used to be $10 an hour to we're past 12, and now we're into the realm of 13 on our way to $15 an hour. So what I have for you, just to put it in perspective, because when we say a minimum of 5%, and I'll say some will get more, some will get 5, I really want to take you through one more time what that looks like just through the lens of a few staff members. And then once these are finalized, we will publish these pay tables. So I have printed for you revised salary proposals. And I'm going to be quick, but I think it's important that we just pause so that you look at what does this mean for our staff members, because this is what our staff is going to look at. So the first one is a draft for the teachers, the RNs, and school counselors, and there are other professionals on this 10-month salary. And you can see the current FY22 step 0 through 33, the current salary that they are receiving right now. And if you just go across the line, you can see the proposed increase for next year. And while the minimum is 5%, the unweighted average for our teacher salaries from 10 months, 10 and a half, 11, and 12 is about 6.45%. In some cases, teachers will get 5% based on how the table, but in other cases, you can see a 5.6, a 6.57, and 8.68, depending upon where you are on the teacher pay table. And even what my staff will probably call the sweet spot at the veteran years, a 12.54% increase. So we are real pleased that we were able to do that. And then we went back and also retooled. We have some staff members who, because every time we change pay tables, they may fall off a table or not be on a table. We call them over the top. We were also able to give them the 5% as well. So we really wanted to take a moment to appreciate our staff, but we also wanted the board to see what does it look like when you put this on a pay table. The next one, another one of our goals, is we have been really concerned about our workers who are at the lower end of hourly wages. And we, a couple years ago, collapsed pay tables. So what does that mean? If we had steps A through P, our pay table start at G. So we basically got rid of A, B, C, D, E, and F, collapsed them all together. We caused compression, but we raised the salary. Now, what we did this year was we recognized, while we raised the salary and caused compression, on this particular sample table, which is a sample custodian, you can see that if a custodian who is entry level, just started this year, no experience, was making $11.81 on step G, next year they'll make $13.37 and when they move up on this particular pay table. And then we spread them out so that we would not have the compression that we had before, and put in that entry-level step to sort of separate them. And again, along the side where you see the increases, the lower wage entry-level folks are making $13.21, $13.10, $12.27, 9.74% increase. Now, that sounds like a lot, but I want to keep it in perspective. These are our lower wage employees, which is why they have a higher percentage increase to bring their household income up. The next one, and I'm not going to go through all of these in as much detail, is a Secretary 3, because we have heard from custodians and secretaries, because they also are in some of those hourly wages that were either under 12 or close to just being over 12. And again, you can see what those percent increases are depending upon where you're on the table for that. We also this year are reclassifying the different secretary positions. So we'll have conversations with them to make administrative assistants. So some folks will move out of that category and up depending upon their job responsibilities. We have Secretary 1, Secretary 2, Secretary 3, Secretary 4. And what we found whenever we're advertising a Secretary 1 position, we're just advertising a Secretary 1 position. We're not really getting anyone. So we move them up on a pay table and try to put a different value to the work that the school secretaries, the building secretaries do. Because often when you're calling and you need to reach somebody, it's the school secretary or the building secretary that you reach. So those changes will also be discussed. The next one is the sample bus driver one. And just for a frame of reference on the side, I couldn't get it to stand straight, so I just kind of put it on the side. You have over the last 5 years, and also including projection for next year, the change in the starting bus driver salary. So in 18-19, during my first year, it was $10.86, and now it is, the starting salary that we're proposing for next year is $14.27. So that's an increase of about 31% over the time that we were here. Last year, or this current year, we did add to the bus drivers, so we did give an 11% increase this year, which is why their proposed increase for next year is averaging about 6.77% for the bus drivers as well. Just a couple more, just to give you an idea of the different groups. The next one is a sample for your webmaster, TV media, face coordinator, and technicians as well. And again, you can see the differences in the proposed increases being above 5% when we move them to this new pay table again. And then the next one is an area that is a high-need area in some cases. These are our therapists. They're on the admin pay table, so it's one reason why I wanted to bring this to your attention, because sometimes when we say the administrative pay table, we just think of, oh, that must be the central office directors and the supervisors. It's actually in addition, your BCBA is on here, but this particular table is for your speech therapist, your occupational therapist, and your physical therapist. They are on the admin table. And the admin table is getting the 5%. And what I want you to notice, if you go down that column, it's like 5, 1.4, 5, 405. No one's on the 1.54 step. We have an every other year increase, and at the top it says everyone is on the even step during FY22. So I don't want you to think anybody's getting 1.54. It's just how the steps rotate each year. And then lastly, just to keep it in perspective, I did an elementary principal pay table, which is the HE 260. And again, all of our principals are on the even step, and you can see that percentage is 5%. I don't have this here, but we also increased substitute rates. And I'm very proud of this administrative team because we did so much work on the bonuses for staff. And then we got a question about, what about the long-term subs who came in, who've been here? And we all were like, right, it's the right thing to do. So this team went back and, sort of recalculated after we got the bonus for everybody on last Friday. And now, correct me when that will come out for subs.
So subs will receive their bonus no later than the end of June.
Okay, all right. So it's coming. But we're just grateful that folks speak up on behalf of their colleagues to say things like that we may have missed. We're also grateful that we're just humble to say, hey, we might have missed that.
Yeah.
And we go back and do the right thing because we do value our staff. We do value our substitutes because we would not have made it if we did not have people who said, I'll stay here and be the 5-day, the long term for, that time. So for the long-term committed substitutes who met that criteria, we'll also have that. So salaries are the top proposal on our list, which kind of took up most of the money. We had also talked about, and I included on here by number, so you can go back and reference those things that are going to increase, like the tuition for STEM Academy, dual enrollment, like the 6 slots that we had already agreed to last year when we purchased the junior slots. Now they are seniors. We also added, based on your discussion, the additional experiences for kids to be at CVCC, CTE Academy, and the dual enrollment program. And then the priorities for those things that are just going up, whether we like it or not, which is fuel, transportation insurance, liability insurance, and health insurance costs, because we keep that on track. So that is what is in what you have before you, which is our best guess of this is how we think the numbers will shake out. The good news is there were other priorities that the school board had discussed. Some of those being the grants specialists, and I'm going in order of how many received at least 2 board members' support. The pre-K 4 teacher in aid, pre-K 3 teacher in aid, the restorative justice coordinator position. And today, again, working with Ms. Davis, we were cautioned, don't do anything until you get the numbers in the calc tool so that you can see where those numbers fall. So while we are perfectly comfortable and excited to do this proposal with these salaries, support these opportunities for our students, pay for the increases, we do have a little more money that we can go back and look at those other priorities. So based on the fact that we have, I think it's a little bit over $700,000. Now, the governor still hasn't approved it, so it's still pending that we can be inclusive to include the grant supervisor, the pre-K 4, pre-K 3, and restorative justice, all of which had at least 2 board members worth of support. But that leaves us with some tricky discussions on if there are other priorities that the board would like to include that we could not fund, and I will call them out. I wrote them down based on what you said. The PI coordinator would be one, the ISEP, social workers, reading specialist, and school counselor. We cannot do all of those with those priorities, and I know you all don't like when we have to make choices, but this is a good choice to have in that we have additional funding for that. So what we would ask as the administration is your support in making sure that we, somebody's buzzing, it's one of us, making sure that we support the salary request, which is very differentiated and meets the goals.
I can't understand what you're saying. What is that?
It's a total.
I think you may continue.
Okay,
Right, go ahead.
sorry. Making sure that we support the salary initiatives, the differentiated salary initiatives, along with the other priorities that have previously received support. It is my recommendation, based on your discussions, that we also include the grant specialist, pre-K 3 and 4 programs, and the restorative justice coordinator. I would also recommend that you include the PI coordinator as a potential thing for consideration, and then we can look at the remaining 4 to see if there's support for those.
All right, you all, this is what we have before us. And so I think we're pretty clear on the 5%, and it ranges upward accordingly to where she just projected. Are we all clear on that, or is there any? All right, good. Now, it sounds like you said that there may be somewhat like $700,000
Yes,
that we
that's
may be able to spread over the priorities that this board articulated in our last meeting.
Correct.
So are we okay with those priorities that we articulated last time and let them be in line first? All right. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have to be honest with you, I was kind of a little surprised how that all took place, and until I saw the report on it. I mean, we had some board members who received, up to 10 or 15 votes, while other board members received 1 vote. So with the priority list. So I do take some exception with how the priorities were established. We're saying if they had at least 2 board member votes. So with that being said, and I would have gotten at least another vote, assuming have as many as other board members voted, I would support the position for the PI person as well. So that would give you 2, so that one would hopefully move that to that list.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. I'm going to go with Dr. Gupta and then Dr. Carter.
So Dr. Edwards, scheme of things, again, going back to the achievement gap, You have done a wonderful job in these new appointments, but other piece of the puzzle is the data collection. You know, like every university has a institutional research department. They collect data, they collect all those links between different departments to make sure the outcomes are measured and the corrective actions are taken. So do we have a plan? Will the grants person be able to do that, or do we have other plans in place to fill that gap?
We actually have and have started a little bit of the data collection under Qualtrics. Remember, you all supported us getting Qualtrics. You also supported us having a data analyst position, which Chuck Scarborough is in right now. And he has begun giving us information that is correlated to achievement, instruction. He's been able to pull some things out of our evaluation data and provide that with us. I mean, we are at the infancy because we just got Qualtrics up and running, and he is there. So the short answer is yes. The big plan is to kind of tie it all together and start looking at our, and we don't have all of our final results for all of our SOL data. And this stuff is amazing because it's now breaking down to the classroom level. So we can see those types of things and then cross-check it across different areas. So yes, that is our next where we would like to go. And that even goes back to some of the work that we want the chief academic officer to work with specifically as we see these areas where we have achievement gaps, learning gaps, or other areas that need to be addressed, whether it's instruction or professional development, that we can do that.
Can I ask a follow-up?
You may.
Because these things fall into corona, you know, there's a lot of learning loss as a result of coronavirus. So maybe if there's a plan to use short-term coronavirus money, I know it's not sustainable long-term, but restorative justice, you know, this sort of an institutional effectiveness type position, which we can immediately use to attacking full force on achievement gap and learning loss.
Yeah. So I will say the restorative justice position is something that this division has discussed even before COVID, before learning loss. I mean, we had one good year, I think it was when we were in the hybrid year, where we did not hear as much about behaviors, but also we had class sizes of 7 to 12, and then we put them all back together. We knew before we had the pandemic that we had some challenges, and we really want to work with families to get to the not what's wrong with you, but what happened to you, and how do we deal with that, and how do we help families and teachers and staff work with students. So I will say the need for that pre-existed before COVID. I don't want to make it sound like it is just a COVID thing and then it will go away. I do also agree that we have priorities. That being said, the next part of this is the CARES funding. And there is a lot of money by design put into targeting for learning loss through CARES, which we will talk about that as well.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Dr. Carter.
When I have an opportunity, I try to grab every chance I can. And when we were doing the votes or ideas that we wanted, there wasn't a limit that I heard. So I put my name in for several. And when Dr. Brennan said for the restorative justice, I wanted to go back and say I want to add one more. So now I will for that one. And also I really want to see more of the little ones, the pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. But I think we are ready to move on.
All right, thank you, Dr. Carter. Ms. Morrison.
Thank you for putting that, and I agree with Mr. Harvey. I think that we need that position in PI. Their partners in education are valuable to our schools, and we need to have a coordinator to make sure that that gets back on track. So I would add my vote for that,
Thank you, Ms. Morrison.
in addition to the others that I did.
And so, first of all, since we're doing this additional tallying, we've got an extra vote here from Dr. Carter for the restorative piece, Ms. Morrison for PI. Of course, I was the one who indicated PI in the last meeting.
Mr. Harvey did.
Mr. Harvey, all right, and wait a minute now.
No,
Dr.
he didn't
Gupta,
want it.
Is anybody over here said they wanted to? I don't want, Dr. Gupta, go right ahead.
I'm going to add my name to the PI position.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. All right. Now, I don't, Mr. Trost, did you have anything you wanted to bring up?
I mean, if you want me to say something, I made a commitment to try to get the teachers to 8%. And when I make a commitment, I stick to that commitment. So I'm still recognizing we don't have enough to get to 8%. We have $700,000. I recognize the value of the other positions. I think Dr. Gupta had said at one point, I don't want to add any positions until we get the teacher salary up. I maintain that, and I still wish we could get to the 8%. I am very pleased to see that our average unweighted is 6.45%. I think it's a great, move in the right direction. I still think it's critical to get our teachers up to the 8%, so I'll stay with that.
Thank you, Mr. Trost. Dr. Gupta.
So Dr. Edwards, how much money will it take to go for additional 1.5% of the salary?
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge to do that. And we've considered that this morning very briefly, and then also recognize that next year we're going to be back at this with another 5% or more on top. So it'll be cumulative. And given that when you look at the teacher salary, and remember, they're on an every other year increase. So some folks last year got a bigger increase just because of where they were than the people on the step this year. And that's going to continue on the teacher salary. It's not like that on the other people's, on the other positions and salary. So it's really hard to get everyone at 8% without somebody being at 20, the way that the teacher salary is broken out.
And if I could just, for my education purposes, I'm looking at our employer-employee competition from a surrounding. So do the surrounding counties have that same kind of an issue with the 5% next year as well?
We all do. It was what was proposed.
So I'm just trying to get us more competitive than Campbell and Amherst and Nelson and Bedford and all that, so we can attract some of that talent that we're losing to Roanoke and Rico and what have you, which is what we're seeing with our, the resignations and whatnot. It is what it is. At some point, we have got to stop the outflow of this talent that we see. Go ahead, please.
And I will say, we heard you. So there's a way to say, here's the payroll total, increase it by 5%, and then you have some that are getting 2, some that are getting 1.5, some that are getting 6.5. We didn't do that. We tried to follow the will of the board and say, well, at minimum, everybody gets 5%, which really bumped us up. We had to go back and kind of cut and reorganize some things to make that happen. So our original proposal to you was an average of 5%. This proposal is a minimum of 5%. And I do feel comfortable that the team has done extreme due diligence in making that happen, and doing the hard work there, and also valuing staff, all staff, because we were challenged with, remember, the original proposal, if you were on the admin table, you were making much less. And we value our principals, we value all our BCBAs, all of the staff. But it becomes very difficult to hit every priority with fidelity without unlimited funds, or at least more.
Please,
if I may. And just so and it's for me, so are the surrounding counties, is their average 5%, or is there a minimum 5%?
I can't speak for their exact, how they're doing their budget, but.
Well, I'd want to know that, because that is who our competition is going to be. And if that's the case, then I want us to sing that, hey, we're not 5%, we're at 6.45%. Just so, I mean, if that's what it is, I want to be able to sell that to our potential employees.
It may be a little more challenging, because remember, with our classified employees also, we're changing pay tables. So a 13% is a combined result of you're moving your step, but we also put you on a totally different pay table. So I don't know that we have apples to compare holistically when you look at all of the numbers and dig into the details. We also don't have like we have our pay tables. We know what we did. We know specifically we took somebody on G, moved them down and moved them over, I don't know what that looks like in other counties to be able to adequately compare it and say, we're doing it. I am very pleased that we are still in the ballgame, and our 5% is huge in terms of where we are, and, you know, making this happen with what the funding that we have. We are still gonna have to do due diligence to advocate for revenue.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Trost. Dr. Brennan, then Ms. Morrison.
So I just want to reflect one more time, as I've done in the past, that it was not that long ago before Dr. Edwards came, that the superintendents came to us and said, here's the budget, sign the bottom line, we're done with this. And in comparison to that, we have received an amazing amount of information, including our binder we received when this all started, and now this draft of salaries to really tell us where we are. So thank you so much to you and your staff. This is such an amazing amount of information that we're given to make decisions. It's very helpful. And obviously, as an individual board member, I'm thrilled that we can perhaps have some of those other areas covered also with funds. So my question, Dr. Edwards, is that are the funds that we're using for revenue the same funds that we have in the current budget, as far as state is giving us this, city is giving us this, federal is giving us this, and our final budget will still be $105,575,000?
When we, and again, the caution that we had when putting together something for you to review in advance of what was actually given. So we did our best due diligence to kind of say, this looks like the number that the combined conference budget is going to land on, and here's how we're gonna break that apart.
Right.
We were cautioned, don't do that, wait till you actually get the numbers in the calc tool. But so that this board could be involved, educated, and productive, we put together what was our best estimate. And that's why we put it in here pending. We also wanted our community to know, this is where we think we're going to land. And again, the governor has not signed it, so he can change some things up on us as well. But we're trying to be thoughtful about having productive conversations and decision-making.
So I'm sorry, I may have asked that clearly enough. So are we using the revenue that we're receiving from the city and the state, and are we also using revenues that we have from other positions that have not been used? Is that how we're coming up with the funds to cover some of these other things? And the budget that you gave us for this meeting is $105 million. We think it's going to be in that range for our budget?
Yeah, actually, Ms. Davis has the actual total. It went up a little bit. I wonder if I have that here. But again, I'm cautious until we
Sure, no, we're in the ballpark,
actually
right.
get it. So I'm trying to go back to your first question.
How are we covering the salaries and other positions that we
went back and made some cuts in the existing budget. We did exactly what you've asked us to do. We are cautiously bare bones in terms of moving forward. One of the things that I like to have is the contingencies, which say, well, if your enrollment increases here or there, then you have extra funds to really hire another staff member. Well, that's nice to have, but if having the salary for the existing staff member is the way that we want to go, we can take that out. So that's one of the things that we did. We also looked at our non-personnel budgets. Now, most of our budget, about over 80%, is personnel and benefits. The non-personnel budget is very, very small. And again, just looking at projections and trying to be mindful and thoughtful, but it's tight. I will be honest with you, it is very tight. And it's a good budget, but it is a tight, lean budget that we have. And that's how we were able to kind of make up the difference.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions, Dr. Brennan?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, Ms. Morrison.
I just want to remind everyone that this also includes funds to cover the projected 10% increase in health insurance costs, and that's a pretty big benefit for our employees. And I'm sure, I don't think that's being done in other places.
No, we did not pass those costs on to
Yes.
employees. And I have the number, I'm sorry, Dr. Brennan, this is
Yeah.
106,312.
106
I'm
million.
sorry, 106 million, woo!
That's all right.
106,312,231
Thank you.
is what's projected in the calc tool.
Thank you for bringing that point out, Ms. Morrison. Dr. Carter?
And just quickly, Mr. Troth, that's one thing we learned is that although some of the counties may be, their salaries may be different, but we had the best fringe benefits.
So I want to make sure the
Right,
other
we do.
potential employees know that. So
Yeah.
that's exactly whatever it is, I want to make sure they know that we have other benefits that aren't accounted for.
Well said, Mr. Trost. So I believe if anyone has not spoken, I want to give you an opportunity to speak before we kind of begin to figure out how we're bringing this on in. I do want to thank this board for your resolve. I think all of us want to see our pay scales, et cetera, be as high as they can be. And I think you clearly can see from administration on with untold hours that we're really trying to get there. Dr. Carter and I attended the law conference in Richmond, and I must tell you, I can't compare urban to urban, rural, those types of things, but every school division is struggling with retention and dealing with exodus from their school division to the neighboring school divisions. And so I'm just very happy the countless hours that our administration is putting into preparing these presentations around what we have said. I think it's to be commendable. And this is a pretty daggone good budget in light of what we received. And still waiting, as Dr. Edwards said, on a few details. But what is the pleasure of the board at this point? I think that we all understand the 5% minimum, and it works its way through the various pay scales. I think we are clear on all of the other zero priorities, et cetera, that we have discussed. I think that we're now just wrestling with Dr. Edwards' $700,000 that may or may not adjust itself. And what I think I'm hearing is that we're wanting to add to the list restorative justice pie. Was there something else?
Pre-K 4.
Pre-K.
K 3, and the grant supervisor.
All right, now, taking a deep breath, how much of that can that $700,000, if it's still there, hold? And do we need to put it down to what would be not in if we come in at 650 or 600, or are there other monies, CARES, et cetera, that can be used? Anytime we do that, it's risky because it's not, as Dr. Gupta said, it's not sustainable for a future board to have to wrestle with. And, I mean, that's okay. If you say it, it's okay. But, yes, Dr. Edwards, please.
So if you did that, that would leave us with a little wiggle room of about $200,000, which would help to just have some contingency wiggle room, because we really did kind of remove most of that. So what the new budget would look like is all of this that's already here, that you've already approved, well, you've already supported, the pay tables that are at the minimum with higher increases for lower wage salary, people who make the lower wage salary, and the addition of the grant supervisor, the pre-K 4, pre-K 3, restorative justice, and POP positions.
So just to tie this together, you're basically saying $106,312,000 with the calc tool and the governor approving the conference budget as is, et cetera, with maybe 200,000 flex left over with the additional pieces we just added to the list would be what we are approving tonight, which you can see in your attachments with those things added.
Correct.
All right.
And then we can put that all together for you so you can have it with the new budget.
Okay, Dr. Gupta.
Dr. Edwards, there was a governor's budget, Senate budget, and the House budget. So the conferees, which side have they tilted towards the House side or towards the Senate side, or stayed with the governor's recommendation?
It was closer to the governor's, although
Yeah.
it was modified and morphed a little bit, so it just came out as the conference budget, so we stopped calling it one of the three.
The reason I'm asking is if there's a veto from the governor and it pushes to move towards the House side, do we have enough funds to cover those contingencies going forward?
Yeah, and if that does happen, it will probably be a line item, whatever that item would be, which I don't know. And we would have to come back and readjust, which is,
And again, I don't want to speak out of turn, Doctor, come right to you, Dr. Brennan, but, you know, based on what we heard in Richmond, the budget was pretty good to public education across the Commonwealth. Dr. Brennan?
I'd like to make a motion that the board approves the FY 2022, 2003 operating budget with the salary increases that have been outlined by the superintendent, with the additional items, including opportunities for students, and the other ones that we've listed as far as restorative justice and pre-K and PI added on to that.
Second.
And Madam Clerk, I know that's probably a motion that you can't capture in its totality, but we understand the spirit, correct, members of the board? Very good, Dr. Brennan.
Second.
And there's a second to that motion. All right, any further questions or discussion to Dr. Brennan's motion? Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, out of spirit, I will not be voting for the budget. I know that there's enough board members here who will carry the water, so to speak, that this budget gets passed. I do want to say to the administration, I thank you for going back and sharpening your pencil and getting a little more money out there so that we have a minimum of 5%. We had a lot of veteran teachers that we're going to see lower percentages, much less than 5%. I will remind us as a board that, you know, this 5% is coming from the state pretty much. I mean, yeah, we're matching some of it with some local funds, but we could have done a little more. I wish we would have done a little more. I wish we'd have dug a little deeper, because we could have made ourselves a little more competitive. I agree with Mr. Trost when he mentions that the surrounding counties have stepped up a little bit more than we have. We talk about how we support our staff and we support our employees, and I really wish we could have dug in a little deeper, done a little more, and made this happen. So I will not be voting for this. I do want to encourage the next board to spend time with the Finance Committee, dig into the budget a little bit more. You know, we spent most of our time since, I guess, December, looking at a chart of things to add to the budget. That's all we really looked at. We didn't really go back and dive into the other $100 million of our budget and look at where we could pull some of those monies to make staff salaries higher. So I do encourage the next board and the next Finance Committee to really focus on that. Spend a little time in that. Get a little deeper. I personally believe it's there, because at our last board meeting in May, we were rushed to spend monies that were left over, basically, from positions that were not filled. And those monies could have been better appropriated and budgeted for salaries, and we could have shown our staff that we do appreciate them in Lynchburg City Schools more so than some of the surrounding counties. So again, I appreciate my fellow board members who will be willing to vote in favor of this budget and sort of carry the water, but I have to remain in opposition to this budget for reasons that I've stated.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Is there anyone else like to share their reflections prior to us voting? I certainly want to acknowledge that at the building level, that what I like about this budget is that from the ground up, those who have boots on the ground gave vital input. And we have our team isn't selfish, because there are a lot of things that everybody needs, some of which will not be able to be done. But I think at the very basic level, there has been a lot of prep work put into this, presented to our board, and I'm very thankful for how each board member has raised the critical questions in a meeting maybe, and certainly in the proper places outside of the meeting. And so I certainly will be supporting the budget for the reasons that I've stated, and I feel that the resolve of this board will continue to work with administration to present the very best financial outlay for kids, because that's where the dollars are all flowing to benefit our kids. All right, anyone else? Dr. Carter.
I just want to say, with our CFO leaving and just the bare bones staff, that this is really a really good budget. It shows the thought and the time and the intentionality, and we went back and forth, flip-flopped what we wanted, but they kept coming and kept bringing other, just what we wanted, and then we changed it and they brought something else. So I'm really just pleased at how everyone helped to put this together, and I think this is a solid budget.
Dr. Gupta.
You know, I agree with Dr. Carter, under the environmental circumstances where you had staff turnover and COVID behind you, you have done a remarkable job in keeping the transparency of this process. There's always we can do better. Maybe next year we can move things in a much more positive direction with this board desires.
Anyone else? All right, the motion is on the floor and has been properly seconded. If there are no further questions or discussion, if you vote yes, you are voting to approve the FY 2022-23 budget for our next effort is public education here in Lynchburg. If you vote no, that means you do not support the budget as is. And of course, we'll get all of the particulars once the official numbers come in. With that being said, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
School Board Member Trost?
No.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
No.
Motion carries 6-2.
Thank you, Board, and a lot of work, and I want the public to know this, a lot of work, hard work, great job as we continue to move forward, and we will. All right, that will bring us to our second piece for this section, and that'll be relating to our CARES piece. Dr. Edwards?
Yep. And we have for you the CARES funding summary sheet that has been updated as of June 3rd. And I also have, I think, Ms. Lynn Smith, our financial analyst, here to kind of go over the CARES funding and then answer any questions you may have. Ms. Smith.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, so I have the CARE summary to present as of June 3rd, 2022. So we'll just go down each one and then at the end, take any questions you may have. So starting with their CARES 1, we did have a slight increase from our last reporting. The 75% that you see encumbered is mostly our salaries and benefits. This grant does end this year, but we feel that we are on a good path to spending 100%. Dropping down to number 2, we have 100% spent for our city CARES. Skipping to number 4. Number 4 is our gears. We did increase from our April reporting. The 61% encumbered are non-personnel. It's mainly the hotspots for the students, and a portion of that is SPED. This grant also ends this year, and we are on a good path to spending 100%. The next one, number 5, is at 100%. So jumping to number 6 is our CARES 2. Their CARES 2 did increase from our April reporting. We do anticipate a lot of our summer coming from this grant that will increase the expenditures. We also anticipate spending additional PPE and disinfectant for the start of the school year, along with other expenses. And this grant does end in 2023. Number 7 is our CARES 3. Our CARES 3, we did see an increase from our April reporting. Some of our summer expenses will also come from this grant year, so we do anticipate an increase in expenditures. This grant ends in 2024, and we are on a good path to spending 100%. The next two, 8 and 9, those two kind of go hand in hand. They are part of our SPED and Hutchinson preschool program. We do have until 2023 to spend that, and our SPED department and Hutchinson do have a plan in place and working with Christy to get that spent. Our next one, number 10, is our HVAC project. We did see a slight increase from our last reporting. It's my understanding we do have longer to spend at HVAC project. 2026 is what I have recorded. That's the only update I have for HVAC. Our next one, number 11, is they're addressing unfinished learning before and after school in their summer program grant. We do not have any expenditures to report at this time, but we are working to get this grant spent. We do have until 2024. So number 12 is our McKinney-Vento grant. We did receive additional funds in May for this grant, and we have allocated that accordingly. Our Student Services Department is working diligently to get this grant spent. And next one is one of our smaller ones. It's their school bus driver incentive grant. We are working to hopefully get that spent by June of this year. We have not had any expenditures yet, but I know Hope is working on getting that done. So moving on to number 14, which is our emotional learning grant. We have a little to report of an increase from our April reporting. We have until 2023 to spend this one as well. So we do anticipate spending this down. So our last one to report is the VSSTA. We did see a slight increase from our April reporting. The 31% encumbered is mostly our salaries and benefits with a little materials and supplies. This grant does end next month. So that ends my summary report. I did want to say to wrap up my summary that the finance team and CNI team did meet yesterday. We kind of had an intense hands-on CARES meeting with their directors, just looking over the application itself, seeing the importance of what was originally stated in the application and seeing if those specific needs are needed. And we do plan on having a follow-up meeting to amend as needed to meet the needs of our students. Any questions?
All right, you're doing an incredible job of navigating through all of these areas of notification. So we want to thank you. Members of the board, is there any question for Dr. Brennan?
So thank you so much for your report, and thank you for keeping track of these large sums of money. I'm very impressed. But looking at number 6 and number 7, which are the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 grants, which are the largest sums, and I know that a significant amount of that is going to summer school program, and a significant part is going to the virtual academy. There's still a lot of money there, and I know you say you think we're on track to use that up. Where do you think, or maybe I should also look at Dr. Edwards, how will those be used up? And I guess specifically, do we have more options as far as mental health and trauma-related services that we can use those funds for?
I am also on here, Dr. Edwards, if you need me, just let me know.
Go ahead, Christy.
For the CARES 2 and CARES 3, one of the things to think about is that our personnel that's running through these grants, we have them running for 3 years. So right now they're running through CARES 1, but they're going to be moving to CARES 2 and then moving to CARES 3. So we do have a significant amount of personnel cost for that. We do have HVAC costs throughout each of the grants too. Some really big ticket items that we just haven't had a chance to get started yet, but we know that they're there. We know that they're encumbered. There's a broadband project with the city of Lynchburg. There is some mental health, as you were mentioning, some mental health kits for students that we're working with Latanya with, and there's also some mental health first aid training for staff. So there's a lot of, the devil's in the details, I guess you would say. And so there's a lot of individual line items that we haven't really covered as much, but there's a lot of projects. And again, Lynn did a great job. We are looking at having each director go back through their priorities and determine for us what is still viable. Do they need more? Do they need less funds? Do they have higher priorities? Are there new things out of the operating budget that didn't get funded that we should move to CARES? Kind of looking at everything holistically to determine the needs. We don't want to give any of these funds back. We do want to look like we're a good steward of things. So we're doing a lot of work behind the scenes on that. But again, as they come up, that's why we keep this sheet to track where we are with each of them so that nothing falls through the cracks, because it's a lot of different pots of money. We've never had anything quite like this before.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for all your work, and thank you for that explanation. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. Dr. Carter?
I was just looking at number 6 also to see whether or not we could do, I know we used to have like the Century 21 grants. And is that something that could be incorporated into that? I know we had to make a decision regarding those programs due to staffing issues and all of that.
We do. We have a pot of money for summer specifically. That's in pretty much CARES 2, CARES 3, and also that unfinished learning. We also have a pot of funds for all of the tutoring, mentoring, remediation. We started some of those efforts this year. The schools could apply for funds. Similar to what they had when they had 21st century grants. The schools could propose to do a before school program, an after school program, or something during the summer. And so we just had all the schools submit their data at the end of May. We're going to be looking at that this summer and then determining how we want to roll that out for next year. So yes, that was one of the considerations, knowing that if one pot of funds was ending, did we have a contingency plan? And for right now, CARES is going to be that pot of funds for specifically for those kind of extended learning programs. We kind of sum them together as summer and extended learning, but they're really two pots of money.
Looking at number 13, but I'm glad I looked at the date incorrectly. I thought it was June 2022, June 30th, 2022, and we haven't spent anything, but I saw it's June 23.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Mr. Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the reporting that's been done and being able to follow this information. I'd like to encourage consideration of adding another column to this. I think that if you had a column that showed spent and then a separate column that shows encumbered, quite honestly, all of these funds should be encumbered, because I'm looking at almost $42 million that this school system needs to spend in the next year. And of course, the big ticket items to spend those on are going to be HVAC. And so to start that whole process with design, ordering the equipment, and the process of installation, you're probably looking at a year. So if we're not already working on encumbering those, we're behind the curve on that, and we could be losing out on some of these monies. So I really would encourage us to, again, 9.87% encumbered of the $12 million.
And one thing I'll say about encumbered, it's during the fiscal year. So we can only encumber through June 30th of 2022. It all starts over at July 1st. So that's one of the challenges, is that if we have something we know is going to happen in 2023-24, there's no way to encumber it in the financial system right now. We know it's there, but that's a hard one to report. So we're open to suggestions on how to report that for you. But right now, the system will only let us encumber things through one fiscal year. That's one of the challenges.
And I appreciate that, and that's why I'm suggesting that additional column, so that you can show things that are encumbered through the entire life of this CARES funding. Because, as a board member, I get cautious that, we've got all this money out there and it doesn't look like we're really spending it yet. So we need to show that we're being good stewards and transparent. We're being transparent and showing the community this information is available. But I think they would be more reassured if they understood that we have plans and we can show we're encumbering 100% of all of these funds.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Dr. Gupta?
Thank you for this report. On ESSER Fund 3, we got $28 million, and 20% of that should be used for learning loss catch-up. And we got 2 more years to use those funds. So what is our plan going forward? And what is our goal in terms of reducing the learning loss using that minimum of $5.6 million going forward? Do we have a plan in place for learning loss reduction?
I can at least start with the budget part, but I'm going to defer to Amy and Dr. Edwards. The learning loss portion, because in the grant we had to specify which lines were specifically tagged to learning loss and which lines were just continuity of care, mental health, other kinds of things. All of the Lynchburg Virtual Academy staff is counting towards learning loss, so obviously that's a huge initiative. Summer school, remediation programs, some of those very big ticket items are part of learning loss. There's also software that we had, like Seesaw, things that we needed to support instructional software, curriculum, things like that, that are part of the learning loss portion of that grant. And we can certainly do a little presentation more on that if you need it later.
Yep, and we do. I mean, Christy has said it well. We have funds that are going to, staffing the virtual academy, but we have had this year, and we will continue to have next year and the year after, those opportunities in place for students to receive that remediation, that tutoring, whether it's before school, during school, after school. So we do have those plans in place, and these are funding those staff to do that.
Would it be possible for at least maybe in the board to see those plans and in terms of timeline goals? What are goals for reducing those achievement? I call achievement learning loss as a result of COVID, so we know we are getting the return on investment.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Dr. Gupta, that is outstanding, and Dr. Edwards knows we've asked for that and trying to give them time to get it all prepared and presented to us appropriately. But that's very, very important that be articulated. Anything you wanted to add, Dr. Edwards, before we move on?
Yeah, to Dr. Gupta's point, and I'm just going to be very specific. If you combine what we're going to do when we do the 90-day update, which is broken down, we can get division level, we can get school level, we can get teacher level, we can get student level for some of that data. We'll also have SOL scores, but also just thinking about learning loss occurs at a building and a classroom level. So, and just going back to the Breakfast with Superintendent and thinking about just some of the work that was done at Bedford Hills with their Scholars Program, and how she used staff to provide extra opportunities for students to receive intensive instruction during the school year. This is at Bedford Hills, and this is part of where, we don't have a one-size-fits-all. We let principals be instructional leaders and lead their buildings, but we also support them. So to the degree that when we're doing her wrap-up and her academic goals for her students, her subgroups, and whether or not she achieved that is where you're going to see, like, here's what I did, here's how I used the funds, here's some money I received for lunch monitors so I could take my instructional assistants off the playground and put them in the classroom, and here are the results of our students and how they perform. That's the through line for learning loss, and that's just one example in that particular building. I can tell you once we changed up on how when we used to have the half days for Wednesdays where the teachers would meet and plan, when we took that away, I'm thinking about Sheffield Elementary School and some of the things that Ms. Lee did in terms of what Wednesdays look like with providing support for students. And again, tying that to here's what we did every Wednesday, and how they rotated and had student needs met. And I do know other principals adopted that, to here's how my students performed academically, is where you're going to see the chip away at the learning loss. Where you're not going to see it is at the division level, where we got, here are all the scores. And I tried to talk about this before when we were in closed session, it's really about what is the through line from what is the student problem of practice or learning loss, what are teachers doing, what are principals doing to support that, and what is the division doing to support all of that. If we don't look at the through line and we just look at, here's some numbers, and we don't connect it to what were folks actually doing that was successful, that yielded this result, we miss the mark. So I agree with you. One of the reasons why we did what we did with structuring this new team is to really focus at learning loss, not only learning loss, because I think that's a short-sighted thing, learning gain, because when we look at some of the performance of our kids, we had some kids who didn't experience loss, but we also want them to gain. We want them to excel. We have some kids who are above grade level, so I don't want to forget that part of it. But what are our instructional practices and organizational supports that yield that positive learning gain, that closing and narrowing of the gaps? Those are the things that when you follow the practice, the money should follow that, if that's getting the outcome. That is where we want to take a look at and get to. And that may look very different at a high school setting at EC Glass, than it looks at year-round school at Bass. There are things that Monica has with intercessions and things that she can do that aren't available to other schools, and that's great, because that's what makes them special. But we need to be supporting that financially for the things that work in that building and in all of our buildings when we go forward. So that's how we're gonna have to start tying our reports.
And I do want to move us forward. Dr. Gupta, did you have something else?
One follow-up. I like your continuum of education, which you presented, and that's what I was talking about, the data person, which connects those, creates a bridge between from the beginning to the end of the continuum of education.
That's what, you're on it. That's exactly what we want. What is the role of feedback to the instructional personnel, and how does that tie to actual student achievement? And again, I'm gonna try to hold us to what we call through lines that start with kids and move forward and move back and forth. And then our role at central office and is not to micromanage one size fits all. It really is to say, let's take a look at what's going on in this building, this grade level, this content area, this section, and what's working, what's getting a good positive outcome, and how can we support that, and also be brave, what's not working that we're funding, and how do we retool and repurpose that? So, and that's the work that we want to do. That's our committed mission. That's the stuff that we've started doing that's moving the needle.
All right, thank you. Excellent. And we will now move on. Obviously, we would have never had the CARES money, et cetera, had it not been for COVID. And now that we are hopefully moving beyond that, we can get to the great work of student achievement that this administration is resolved to do. We now will go to J3, which will take us back to a matter we pulled from the consent agenda, which is instruction and program policy. And so this is for action tonight. It was pulled from the consent agenda, and we have it here under unfinished business. Dr. Brennan.
So I appreciate the board allowing us to be pulled from consent agenda. I do not think this should be a long discussion. I just felt that this was a policy which we apparently had not visited since October of 2000. It's a 6-page policy that goes into a lot of detail about the structure for charter schools. And I just wanted to make sure that for true transparency, we had all had a chance to look at it and examine it. I think that the general question that I have, not so much related to the policy, but the implications of it, is that there is funding now and there's support for college partnership laboratory schools through the state, and there's funding in the budget for that. And if those go into effect, which I understand is a partnership with local colleges or areas of higher education, would that fall under this definition or policy of charter schools, or do we know that yet?
Yeah. So, yes, let me answer that question, but let me also give the public a quick history. On the agenda, there is an R6 2.2 and a P6 2.2, which is reflective of some very old policies that we had. And in 2018, when I arrived, we started a conversion from old numbered policies to the VSBA lettered policies. This one, you said we haven't visited since 2000, so that's been some time. We still have a few that are hanging out there. We could probably count them on 2 hands maybe, that we needed to convert. This fell into that. So it was a natural, this has to be converted into VSBA. It so happens, Dr. Brennan is bringing out a very valid point. We're converting it like we have done others, but we're also converting it at a time where there's lots of discussion about lab schools, which some folks may be confusing with charter schools and thinking that's what this policy is. That is not what this policy is. This is just an update on the current charter school procedures, the previous charter school procedures that were in place for school divisions who wanted to have public charters within their division. So first, our mission for bringing it is we're getting rid of the numbered policies and we're moving to the VSBA policies as we have done with others. To Dr. Brennan's question, so what about lab schools? What about this new initiative? And I see that as being really no different than many other new initiatives that have come out, like, for example, when the rewrite for the African American History Commission came out, and there were some changes that were coming forward. We know about the changes ahead of time, and then the policies change. And we usually get a sample policy from VSBA that says this reflects all of the parameters for that. I anticipate as we continue along this journey and as we learn more about lab schools and partnerships, and I know it was a start and then a stop, then a start and a stop again with that. And we were even involved, TC Miller was involved in participating in one of the earlier lab school conversations that has been postponed. I imagine that we are going to get more solid data. And if it's not this policy, charter schools, it might be its own policy about lab schools, or it may be a modification coming forward in the future. But right now, we don't have the details of a governing policy about lab schools, and there's still a lot of conversation. And I think one of the things that they were trying to do originally when we were invited was learn about what's going on in the Commonwealth, what works, and some positive things. So I think that will be coming forward, but I appreciate Dr. Brennan making sure that none of us are confused by what we're doing here with charter schools and what is coming forward with lab schools.
Dr. Gupta.
So lab schools, I was on the working committee for Secretary Gudera, was put on hold because of the budget ramblings about the money allocated or not. The good thing was Lynchburg City Schools was among the 2 school districts in the Commonwealth of Virginia, was invited to make a presentation to the secretary and along with the principal of TC Miller. So it's still on hold. The working group has not met since that hold was placed at that time.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Trost.
Yeah, I've attempted to go through here, you highlighted it. Can anyone give me a quick review of the differences?
I can.
They
I
don't
went through
track. They don't track one-to-one, so it's a lot of.
No, they don't.
Okay.
My highlight for, my summary for the actual policy, which is going from P6-2.2 to the code LC.
Yes.
The biggest difference here is that they specifically talk, there's a little bit about enrollment and a lottery system for enrollment. That is new. But most other things are just restated in a different way. There's a lot of language that is exactly the same.
Right.
What they have done is broken things out and spelled things out specifically, where before it was just, I think, probably a guessing game for the school board in terms of what needed to be included in that section. So they have specifically spelled out, if you'll look at the 3rd page under charter contract. The piece for the charter contract earlier was very short and didn't give any detail. So now they're providing additional detail, which will guide school boards in what should be done if someone comes forth with an application. So the difference is they've taken each of those sections, they've expanded on them, they provided more detail and more guidance for school boards to be able to navigate if an application should come forth for a charter school. There really is not a lot of new content. There are a few changes specifically in the regulations. There are a few changes from, like 10 copies have to be provided, but it was 12 before. It used to be July 1st that the applications needed to be, it is now July 1st, but it was October 1st. So there are a few small changes into the application process and those procedures, but again, there was already a statement of need, but they just spelled out what that statement should include. There was already an enrollment process, but they just gave more detail on what that enrollment process should look like. There were already sections on employment terms and conditions, on transportation. It's just providing school boards with more information to guide the process of implementing a charter school should applications come forward.
Yeah, and I see the old one the old policy had a lot more pages of legal reference, so it looks as bulky as the new one, but the new one has much more detail and just a fewer, very few sections for a legal reference.
Yes.
Maybe that was a little confusing to me at first. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Trost. All right, anyone else would like to make any comment? Again, this was on the consent agenda, pulled so that we could have the information shared with the public and board members relative to the policies stated thereof. Having given persons an opportunity to hear that, is there a motion now to approve the stated instruction and program policies stated?
So I'd like to make a motion to convert the previous policy on charter schools to the new VSBA format.
Is there a second? Seconded by Dr. Gupta. Any further questions or discussion?
And that's, are we first just dealing with the LC policy and not the application policy?
I think they're both.
Okay, so then if I may
All,
just.
all of them stated, yes.
Okay, then if I may, Dr. Pugh, if you could just, again, with respect to the application addendum, which is a second document.
Yes.
Is the same true as well in terms of it's basically just a restatement because, again, the
Yes, sir.
okay, and that's
The only thing that was omitted on the VSBA policy that was included on R 6-2.2 was the requirement of a mission statement on the application, but everything else is exactly the same. But they have just broken it out in detail so that there isn't any question about what we mean by goals and objectives for the educational program, or what we mean by evidence of support, or the enrollment process. So they've just broken it out with more detail in terms of what that application looks like, or should include.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right, thank you very much, Board. It now moves us to our new business, and we will have 5 items here. We'll go in the order as printed, with 5 dealing with personnel that was moved from the consent agenda. School health advisory update, Dr. Edwards, bring on Dr. Brown, Director Brown.
I am going to go right to Director Brown for the school health advisory update.
Good afternoon, Board. The School Health Advisory Board met on March 31st, April 27th, and May the 25th. The nurse coordinator discussed school health updates, including summer scheduling of the Virginia Department of Health mobile unit for COVID vaccinations and immunizations, and a summary of the elementary dental clinics. LCS had 244 elementary students and 35 pre-K students participate in the on-site dental program that visited schools from April throughout May. In addition, we are working with our VISTA screening program to cover COVID screening throughout the summer schools for this summer. The school nutrition director met with the wellness champions and had their first meeting with the schools on March 24th to share the policy and student wellness guides. In addition, nutrition is reviewing menus for the next school year. Meals will be served at Miller Park Pool, camps, and other organizations who will be providing activities for our students over the summer. And lastly, the health advisory team met to discuss, develop and implement 4 goals for the upcoming school year. And the outline for those goals, the first one will be a FIT initiative that focuses on healthy eating and increased physical activity. The second one, COVID monitoring. The third one, family life, with the focus on mental health and policies, regulations, and local policies, and making sure that we are in a line and working with the community in terms of family life. And the last one, they put an emphasis on online safety and social media due to some of the discipline concerns that we've had this year, in tying in social emotional learning and mental health into that for this upcoming school year. So that's a summary of our health advisory board minutes for the last couple of months. Are there any questions?
All right, Dr. Carter.
Regarding the dental clinic, was the utilization up or down from, well, I guess, from a normal year?
I will get that data and get it back. I didn't do a comparative analysis for that, but I will get that information to you.
You said how many students used that? 200 and some?
244 elementary students and 35 pre-K students. We offer it to the elementary students only.
And how do they qualify to attend, to go? Does there have to be a concern noticed or?
No, so each of the schools will send out a notification that we have in partnership with the dental clinics. They're sent home to our students and families, and the parents can elect to send their children to the clinics.
So that means, so that's great, because no child should have to be in class with some type of dental problem. And how often
Yes,
does that clinic meet?
They do it once a year at the end of the school year. So the dental clinic comes through once a year at the end. At the beginning of the year, we have the vision clinic come through. So we do vision at the beginning of the school year and dental at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Mr. Trost.
And Director Brown, did I hear you correctly that you're communicating this service, the availability of the service to the parents or guardians via note going home?
Yes, so it's communications that goes out at the elementary level. So they can use Class Dojo, they can send emails. I know we sent a letter home with the students this year.
I think it's an excellent idea. I commend you for that, and good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trost. Any further comments? Dr. Gupta.
Dr. Brown, I'll ask you again about a booster shot clinic. Are you planning for anytime soon?
I apologize, Dr. Gupta, we've been hopping. But we will have one July the 5th on the campus of Lynchburg Middle School that will be advertised soon that anyone could access. It will be a mobile clinic. And Dr. Gupta, I will get back to you with that information as well for all of the clinics that's outlined. So I truly apologize, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Director Brown, for your work. K2, the Equity Task Force. Dr. Edwards, bring on Director Reeves.
I will. And before I jump to Equity Task Force, let me just add to Director Brown and just let you know that a small pilot group with our Director Beth Morris, Principal Monica Hendricks, Assistant Principal Brian Cassay, and Jessica Barger, Assistant Principal, was also, even though she wasn't at the meeting, she's on the committee. Small committee met with Janelle Smith and Kimberly Foster from the Food Area Council to discuss data collection for the healthy eating and time to eat for the lunch initiative. So I just wanted to cycle back, since Director Brown talked about all the healthy habits, that we are looking at data collection at some other pilot schools and secondary schools as well. So that work is moving forward. And now to the work of the Equity Task Force, and I will turn it over to Director Reeves to give us an update on that as well.
She's doing a lot of talking.
You're on mute, Director
You're
Reeves.
muted, Ethel.
Yeah, it's her birthday.
Sorry about that. The Equity Task Force met on May 18th at 5 p.m. At the meeting, we reviewed our purpose and understand that our goal is to make recommendations to the school board. Members are encouraged to attend all meetings and to participate in school functions like our community conversations. The Equity Task Force will work in two areas as we go forward: the achievement gap and student mentoring. The goal of each subcommittee is to be both functional and productive. To this end, the Achievement Gap Subcommittee will use data provided from our curriculum and instruction team and will request additional data that will be reviewed so that recommendations can be made to the board. The task force will need support from the newly announced Chief Academic Officer and the curriculum and instruction team. The Mentoring Subcommittee will work with me, the Director of Student Services, Director Brown, and our Supervisor of Student Mentoring and Engagement, Crystal Grant. The goal is to assist students. We will do this by working with the schools, and our community volunteers. The volunteer application is live and can be accessed on our website. For returning citizens, we will use the process that was outlined pre-COVID and that is currently being used as part of our hiring process. I'd like to kind of expand on this mentoring component because it's not just an equity task force concern. It is the work of our department. And so what Crystal Grant, who's actually visible here, has started doing is making sure that we know where our mentoring programs lie or exist in our city. So she's already begun to reach out to the directors of those programs like the Jubilee Family Development Center, Big Brothers Big Sisters, the Boys and Girls Club. I believe she's met with a number of other directors and has just asked the question, what does mentoring look like in our community? We've also decided to pilot a summer pop-up mentoring program at Lincoln Middle School. So we've worked with Principal Kathy Deals and her team to identify students who could benefit just from some additional support even this summer. When we met with that team, it's always interesting to determine what our students need. As adults, sometimes we think we know, but it's not until we meet with students and we actually meet with those who are working closely with the students that we can identify some of those areas. And Crystal, if you'll jump in if I missed something, but I know one of the things that kind of that really stood out was with regard to working with our students, hearing no is an issue for some of our students. And so we need to talk to our students about the fact that sometimes the answer will be no, and what should the response be. So I know that that's going to be one of our topics. Dr. Deals is helping us to really come up with some topics that will help our students be successful. We're looking at the students who were there this year. So they're the rising 7th, rising 8th, and rising 9th graders that will be invited to participate. And of course, she has that list. She's using her data to drive the decisions as to who gets invited. And then with the hope of us using some of those, as I say, rising 9th graders to come back and talk to students in the 6th grade, our rising 6th graders, to help them be successful. So we have some peer interaction there as well. This is a pilot. We want it to be successful this summer so that we can expand upon it as we go into the other middle schools. Crystal, is there anything that I need to add there?
No, ma'am. It seems like you covered it.
Okay, awesome.
Any
questions?
Yes, we're going to open the floor. There seems to be quite a few here. Dr. Gupta, followed by Mr. Trost.
I'm just going to carry over what Dr. Coleman was saying. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Trost.
Thank you. Thank you, Ethel. The Achievement Gap Subcommittee, did I hear you correctly that volunteer list is available on the website as well, or is that just the mentoring subcommittee?
So anyone who wants to volunteer will always be able to go to the application and fill out that application. The information I spoke about with the Achievement Gap Subcommittee was out of the Equity Task Force. We're dividing our Equity Task Force to address those two issues.
Are we privy to who's on those subcommittees?
I can share it with you. It's just those the members that were approved on the Equity Task Force.
Okay.
We're taking the Equity Task Force and they're signing up so that they have work to do. We want to be more productive, so they're choosing one of two areas as opposed to a myriad of equity items.
The only reason I'm asking, if I had some people from the community that specifically asked me about getting on the Achievement Gap Subcommittee, because as you know, that's one of my goals is kind of help address that situation. So I'm out there talking to people in the community. So what I'm taking away here is that they're already, from the Equity Task Force, those are the only people that are on the subcommittee. Is that correct?
So no, what you're hearing me say is that from the Equity Task Force, in order to do the work, we created two subcommittees. We have not, the Equity Task Force is open to the public, but you were just hearing a report of what we decided in the Equity Task Force.
What I really want to know is how do I get people from the public on the Achievement Gap Subcommittee? What's the process?
They can call me.
Very good.
Call or email me. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And keep in mind, board members, that each Equity Task Force meeting is well circulated, and some of our board members are on. It's certainly a pleasure for you, but very good, Mr. Trost, and we want to deal with these hard matters. Whoever was next that I said that had a concern. Dr. Brennan?
Dr. Reeves, happy birthday, number one.
Thank you.
And number two, thank you for your many years of service on the Equity Task Force. I think it goes back for a long time, and thank you for your leadership. And I think attending that last meeting, it seemed like people were really excited about the idea of these two committees to work on the achievement gap. I think it's a great goal for next year, so I hope that will evolve over the summer and hit the ground running as we get into the next academic year. But thank you so much for all your work and your direction, particularly with those two subcommittees.
Thank you. And Dr. Brennan, that raises if I could just, I guess, give a little more clarity. It's my understanding the June work session will be data-driven. So we will encourage the Equity Task Force to make sure they're listening to that information. Of course, as soon as I get that information, I'll share it with them. But the work begins in reviewing the data and looking at, how it is that our students are achieving currently.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions for Director Reeves? Thank you, Director Reeves, for your report and the work that the task force is doing. This now moves us to our next item, federal grants. Dr. Edwards?
Which I keep interrupting your flow, but that's okay. I listen to the directors and then I build on and add little pieces to it to kind of go with it. So in terms of the mentoring program and working with students, I think one of the things that we're all working with is developing those good, solid relationships with kids and with families. And I'm happy to see the mentoring program expand and partner with also community mentoring programs, because that is our biggest weapon against things happening in our schools. When kids have great relationships with the adults, see something, say something, they often show that empathy and care for each other and their school and their community. So we definitely want that to stimulate that. A lot of things that have gone on in this division that we have been able to preempt or kind of get in front of has been because of our kids and their willingness and ability to talk to us. I believe Director Brown gave a report before when she talked about the one thing that kids do is speak to us and that they feel engaged with us. So I did want to bring that up and to say that we are in the process of analyzing the data from the Culture and Climate Survey. I don't want us to forget that we did give a Culture and Climate Survey that was a little bit shorter, and that data will be presented in the upcoming work session. But inherent in that are questions about safety and how students feel. So we did get information from students, from staff, from building and representatives, non-school staff, which is something new that we also did. So I will be sharing, and Director Reeves will be sharing that information and our next steps in terms of doing that. There are also some other things along with just student safety, given, if I can take a quick moment, given, the things that are going on, what we saw in Texas and just in general, what is going on. And I think one of our best protections for each other is each other, right? Mm-hmm. To take care of each other. We're doing that, but also looking at some other measures. In our facility study, we're going to cycle back to this too, because that information is going to be coming back. But one of the things we did was a facilities assessment and looked at the condition of our buildings and which buildings have vestibules. And I'm, very grateful to all the parents who are letting me know that that is a concern of theirs, that some of our buildings have different accessibility into them. But I wanted to remind this community and just let them know that that is a concern of ours. It is a concern of this board, and we are continuing, even though we haven't had another community conversation. We have all of the information that you have shared with us, as well as what was in the Dominion 7 report regarding that. There are some opportunities for us that we are looking to pursue. One of them is with the Virginia Department of Criminal Justice Services in terms of a digital mapping of our schools and working with the first responders, our police and our fire department, along with our administrative team. So our response time is quick, right? We don't want anything like a door or a floor plan to slow down anybody. So we understand the importance of working with community, building relationships with our students, having access to collaborative efforts with the police, with the sheriff's department, with our first responders. So I just wanted to share a little bit of those things because we haven't had an opportunity to talk about what we're doing and how we're moving forward. But that is always in the forefront of our mind, our children's safety, our staff safety, and just this whole sense of preserving and protecting mental health and dealing, before that, Director Brown talked about some things that they're doing. All of these things together will help create a safe and nurturing learning environment for all of our folks. So we will be continually sharing information. We have a couple work sessions coming up for the board. One is going to be on the academic review, the 90-day review. Director Reeves is going to do more of the culture and climate survey information. And then we will also, as a board, do our regular, and I'm just saying, new board member orientation that we do as administrators, but we are looking forward to having a rich board retreat where we as a board can get together and really look at this information, if not during the summer, but definitely early in the fall to do that. So I wanted to put that on a preview. I wanted to keep that in the minds of our community that we are always and constantly looking at this information and really doing due diligence. We are moving forward. We have a small committee group that is going to meet with regard to the facility study. We do have to bring back some options and some review for this board, but we want to take all that data. We are compiling, and I don't know, Director Reeves, if you have a timeline for me. Oh,
I am
go ahead.
sharing my screen. I hope that you all can see that. What you're seeing, I'm hoping I can, is a document that we've been working on. And this document is in draft form for a number of reasons. We received a great deal of information from our community, and we want to make sure that we present it all. It's going to be on our website in the form of a PDF. We want to make sure that it was, that we made sure that we were including the information, but not giving you information overload. And you say, well, what are you talking about? Anytime you ask the community to give their input, you want to be able to share it. And so we are working diligently to what my word is to chunk it so that it's more themed, and it's taking a while. But what you will see on our website on Friday is, if you remember from the actual sessions, Dr. Edwards asked 3 questions. She asked them, 1, to share their comments and feedback, 2, what questions arise, and 3, what additional information is needed. And so for each of the tasks, we've compiled the information in such a way that you see some of the comments and feedback. And you see that for each task. You see the questions. That's task 1. Task 4 is more of the, what options are available. So it's a little bit more put together. So the comments and feedback about the options, you'll begin to see those, and I don't want to read them to you now, but you'll see this information on Friday. Please know that this is a working document for us. As we continue to go through the information, we want to make sure that we're presenting it in such a way that the community sees their input, sees their answers. From here, we'll work with our directors of facilities, our director of facilities, to make sure that that team sees the information that's been compiled. Of course, our senior leadership team. And then we may be able to narrow this down in an effort to begin to answer some of the questions. So it's going to be a collaborative effort. There are some questions that our city officials will need to help us answer, and we'll work with you to make sure that you're kept abreast of where we are in the process. We anticipate going through, stages of this, so that you would have, a more finalized report by the end of July.
Thank you.
All right. Is that?
I'm good, yes.
Okay. If we might, for just a second, I would, since you were talking about some of the safety dynamics, if we could pause for just a moment. And I want to thank School Board Member Morrison for bringing back to my attention. I am very thankful to the correspondence that our superintendent sent out when the Robb Elementary piece a couple of weeks ago occurred, which was excellent. I want to thank School Board Member Sinha for helping work with us to get a quality letter out to the school and the school district there in Texas and for all of our concerns. So if we could, for just a moment, observe a moment of silence to remember the community in which Robb Elementary exists and all that we are still struggling with inside about that event. Thank you. Dr. Edwards.
Yes, okay. Now, let's move on to federal grants, and I promise I'm not going to interrupt anymore. So our federal grants program, we have our grants coordinator, Miss Christy Compton. And there she
Yeah, I was willing to let you jump in on this one. You can take it. I am back. We want to talk about, in addition to our CARES funds that was mentioned is purely a response to the federal pandemic. There are federal pandemic relief funds. We also get Elementary Secondary Education Act formula grants. We get these every year. And so we do an application, and I wanted to bring some information to you to look at tonight. And then hopefully at our next meeting, you can vote to approve those applications for the 2022-2023 school year. So I am going to share my screen. And let me do a slideshow really quick. Again, it's really quick, but I just want to give you some information. Again, for tonight, we're going to bring you 2 of the 5 applications. We have additional ones that are coming, but we wanted to focus tonight on Title I, Part A, which is improving the academic achievement of the disadvantaged. Again, the purpose is to provide all children with a significant opportunity to receive a fair, equitable, and high-quality education, and to help close those educational achievement gaps. So again, the work we're doing through our Title I programs and the staffing are to help address those learning gaps and those needs for the students for reading, for math. Again, under ESSA, school divisions must use their Title I funds to improve student outcomes. So we do have a lot of time devoted to monitoring data sheets, looking at IXL scores, looking at reading levels, and that so we can design our interventions for our kids. Okay. For the next school year, we're anticipating leveled funding for each of these allocations. We are very hopeful that people are advocating and that there will be additional funds coming down, but for now, the best thing we can do is just use leveled funding. So we're looking at about $3.7 million, again, based on level funding. And then our allocations will change once we receive our actual allocation in the fall. Basically, we do an application now that's our projected, and then once we get the allocation, we do an amendment in the fall each year. Of that 3.7, I wanted to break it down for you. It's important to note that we are about 96.3% personnel costs this year. I would be remiss if I didn't say, I advocate along with you for the staff increases, for the bonuses, for things for staff, but we are struggling a little bit with these grants that have a lot of personnel costs because they are not going up 5% each year, 8%. So in order to sustain staff, there's really not a lot of funds for other things left after that. For this year, I did have to move 3 positions from Title I Part A into CARES in order to sustain the current level of staffing. Again, it's a really good thing, but it does something we have to note when we have federal funds that are not growing on the same scale. Of the money, 3.6 million of it goes straight to people. As I mentioned, we have a division homeless liaison, we have a social worker, we have a division case manager, we have 11 lead elementary coaches. We have, sorry, I couldn't see the last one. We have a division level literacy teacher. This was based on a need to support the Lynchburg Virtual Academy, as well as some additional staffing needs at some of the other schools. So that position will float, is the best way to put it, based on the needs. Which schools have more kids identified? What are the PAL scores? Where do they need to serve? In addition to the school level staff that's already at the schools. We also have school level positions. We have literacy coaches, we have literacy teachers, we have math teachers, we have instructional assistants, we have a family engagement liaison position, and we have a supplemental school counselor. And it's important to note on this that staff, oops, I went too far. Staff is able to kind of determine what their needs are. We give each principal a budget amount, and within that budget, they can determine how they want to do staffing. If they want to do more teachers, more coaches, more instructional assistants, we work with them on that. So we don't tell them, you have to have certain things. The things we tell them off the top, we pay for with division level funds. So the schools do have the autonomy on that. And again, it's Dr. Edwards said, it's not a one size fits all. Some schools need the supplemental school counselor. Some schools need the family engagement liaison more. If we had more funds, I think everybody would want one of everything. But based on the funding, they do have to make some of those calls. The other 3.7% of the grant, $140,000. Again, we have a division level set aside. That's a requirement. We work with Miller Home and with Bridges Treatment Center to help some of our students that are in those facilities. We have some professional development at the division level. We have some supplemental instructional supplies funds, but again, it's a very small percentage that's left over. And then we have a percentage of funds that's dedicated to parent and family engagement. Each school gets 1% of the total budget. We divide that out between the schools, and they use that for back to school events, for reading conferences, all kinds of events to help build the capacity of parents. And then our other grant we're bringing tonight is Title II Part A. This grant is, the focus is on helping to recruit, helping to retain high quality teachers and principals. It's helping us look at increasing the number of qualified teachers, increasing the number of qualified principals, and increasing the effectiveness of teachers and principals. Our anticipated allocation for this is $446,000. Again, it's projected based on what we currently received for this school year. And then once we get the actual allocation this fall, we'll have to go back and amend it. Hopefully it goes up. Sometimes it goes down. And out of this, we use 73% of our grant for division level staffing. We have instructional literacy specialists, we have an instructional science specialist, and then we have a portion of the elementary lead instructional coaches. They're split funded between Title 1A and Title 2A. And each of our elementary schools has one of those positions. So 4.2 staff in that grant as well. This one, we have less staff, so we were able to absorb the increase a little bit better in this one. The additional funds, 27%, again, we have a indirect cost. This one also has equitable participation of private schools. We have 5 private schools that we work with, and they are eligible for funds based on their enrollment. It's a formula within the application. It looks at our enrollment, it looks at their enrollment, and everybody gets a per pupil allocation based on that. So right off the top, about 1/4 of the grant goes to private schools, and I help manage that on their behalf.
Okay, Dr. Edwards, can you finish
I
this
can
one?
certainly do this. So in summary, I'm on her next steps. She will be asking us for grant approval. You do this every year, but
Sure.
every year we're required to do an update for you. So it will be on the work session agenda for grant approval.
Any questions for tonight? Of course, this will come before us for action later. Dr. Brennan, go right
I would
ahead.
just ask the board if there's some way we could facilitate this, either approve it tonight or do it some other way, but I think it sounds pretty straightforward and.
The sooner we can get it,
Right.
for her to move on it, the better.
Well, Dr. Brennan, we hear the board seems to be approving your wisdom
Perfect.
tonight. So is there
We
a said
adjourn,
motion?
too?
Is there a said motion?
Yes, that's the motion that we approve to submit the federal applications for Title I and Title IIA at this time, and that we, and we see updates in the future as the the funds are adjusted.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. It's been moved by Dr. Brennan, seconded by Ms. Morrison, that we will adopt what has been presented as stated. Any further questions or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That now move,
It's back.
well, let her
Ms.
know. that-
Compton, they passed it tonight.
We did pass it tonight. You did such a fine job. We felt the need. Thank you, Dr. Brennan, for your wisdom and board.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much.
All right, we will now move to K4, and I do want to indicate that as we are dealing with this particular matter of K4, I want to thank the wisdom of our vice chair. You know, I'll throw 2 cents in there as it relates to it as well. Dr. Edwards, for very necessary reasons, would not be able to be with us on June the 21st. Our very capable deputy would have been there with us, and that's wonderful. But we wanted our whole team to be present, if possible, so that we can give appropriate appreciation to 3 outstanding board members, Dr. Nillis, Mrs. Morrison, and Mr. Harvey. And so we would like to know if the board would entertain a motion wherein we would move our June the 21st work session to June the 14th, and then allow the Legislative Advocacy Committee to meet on the 21st at their pleasure. What is the will of the board regarding this matter?
I move that we have our June work session on June the 14th instead of June the 23rd.
21st.
21st.
Is there a second? Seconded by Dr. Gupta. Any further questions or discussion? Ms. Morrison?
Will that give your team enough time to get their, everything?
I will be ready.
Okay, I just, don't- it's a short turnaround, and,
It's okay.
okay,
I was already working on it and it's almost done, so it will be ready.
okay, perfect.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Very good.
Thank you
And
for
if-
thinking of that.
That's right, that's right. Any further questions or discussion? All right, hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
School Board Member Truss?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes,
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
And Madam Clerk, you'll put out all the appropriate notification of that adjustment as well as everyone else. All right, that'll move us now to what will be K5, which is the human resource report that was pulled from the consent agenda.
Okay, and I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Scott.
Good evening. So I'm going to talk about the HR report. So on the HR report, we had 20 nominations, and then we had a huge number, which is alarming to me as well, 47 resignations. What I did today was I went back and broke it up to see the reasons for those resignations. So out of that 47, 23 accepted another teaching position. 7 was family obligation. 6 was personal relocation. 4 was other. 3 was continued education. 3 retirement, and then 1 was for private employment. So as the HR director, I'm going to continue to advocate for salary increases. As you can see, of that number, 23 did leave the school district to go to another school district with higher paying salaries. Some of the ways that we are remaining proactive and staying ahead of this challenge is becoming more creative and intensifying our retention and recruiting efforts. So just to talk about the retention efforts that we are doing, we are, just like Dr. Edwards just shared, that at the next meeting, they're going to talk about the data for the climate survey. So just understanding our culture, okay? Being more competitive in the marketplace and continue to advocate for salary increases. And then the retention bonuses was really nice as well. And then also bringing back the tuition reimbursement program. As far as the recruitment efforts, you know, we hosted 2 career fairs this spring. We also went to a lot of local colleges and universities to recruit as well. We also started recruiting for teachers early this first school year, 2023. We also collaborating with community partners such as Virginia Career Works. We also is in the development of sign-on bonuses for new teachers for school year 2023. And then also developing a progressive advertising campaign to tell our story as the employer of choice in the Lynchburg region. And I'm gonna pause for any questions.
Okay, the chair recognizes Dr. Carter and then Ms. Morrison.
I was asked about the resignations and how alarming it was, but actually, I've been here before and they were 2 pages. So I said, well, this looks pretty good. And we also have a lot of nominations, and I see the proactive steps that you all have taken, especially some of the career fair that we had, and going and visiting the schools and just seeing the nominations, if I counted correctly, about 19, that's encouraging, and trying to get ahead of this, I think that's very good.
Thank you.
Ms. Morrison?
And I too am concerned when I see the numbers leaving, but I know that there are a lot of reasons why people are leaving. We know that people are changing jobs more often than I chose teaching, and I stayed there for 28 years. And Patty Worsham, who is retiring this year, stayed there for 48 years. And there are people, we're not seeing that in the younger age groups. We know that they're changing jobs every 4 to 5 years nationally. We also know, and Dr. Edwards, do we require student teaching? I know that in some school divisions, when there is a shortage, you can waive student teaching and allow them to work as teachers. Do we do that?
We've done some very creative things.
I'll say this year.
In terms of just working with building principals and their staff, we've done some waiver options for IAs. We've where we could hire some of our teachers to be subs or to work in the rooms. We've all changed our whole sub strategy and what subbing means in terms of that. So to that degree, I would say if it was allowed, we tried our best to do it. And if it could be thought up, and I am very grateful and thankful to the staff who, if you notice, we changed things mid-year, and they would say, well, I'm not really the full-time sub in that room, but I'm helping out and I'm doing things. So we found creative ways to just value the staff and get the work done.
And we also hired some student teaching too. So.
Yeah. I don't know about the waiver, though. I don't know that we did that, but since you said that, you just sparked curiosity.
I took a note down to look at that.
And I think student teaching is extremely valuable because you need that experience, you need that guidance, you need that help with how to control a classroom and how to write lesson plans and how to follow through with communications. But I know that in some other school divisions that they were doing that. As long as you have a strong mentor teacher for that individual, and sometimes that requires an additional stipend.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Carter and Ms. Morrison. Very, very well stated. Mr. Harvey?
Yeah, I want to be careful that we don't sugarcoat this. I don't want to be an alarmist either, but if we're losing on this month alone 23 skilled teachers to another division, we need to really reflect on that. We really need to reflect on why they're leaving. I want to encourage us that we are conducting exit interviews, understanding the facts of why they're leaving, and doing everything in our power to prevent that. The hardest thing, I mean, it is so much more easier to keep a qualified staff person than it is to go find a new one. And I hear us talking about, all these creative ways to find new talent and try to acquire new talent. But the best way to keep great talent is going to be easier than trying to find new talent. So I just want to be cautious that we don't sugarcoat this, but we look at it seriously, and we really try to find out from exit interviews what's happening. Because, when I hear when people come to me and say they're leaving the division, the first question I ask is, did you share with HR or with your administrator at the building level an exit interview? A what? No, I didn't have an exit interview. So I think that's critical, that we've really got to put an emphasis on exit interviews.
And we're going to definitely start doing that as effective July 1.
Okay, excellent.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
We're going to definitely start doing exit interviews effective July 1.
Now, Director Scott, and I don't want to, now, we have been doing forms of interviews in the past. And we will continue to do it. This board has weighed in that we would like that, and the administration is following through on that. And so we do appreciate that. And I'm coming to you, Dr. Gupta. And I think Mr. Harvey is making a legitimate point. I would just, the language sugarcoating is certainly one way one can look at it, but I think that each board member is being as objective as they can in looking at what we're dealing with and moving forward in a tremendous way. And I think that's important. Dr. Gupta.
You know, the moment I see it, I say, wow, why so many people are leaving? And what are you doing, Crystal Edwards, to keep them? But when you look at it in a broader spectrum of what is happening in healthcare sector, in IT, in transportation across the United States, people are leaving in large numbers. Why they are leaving it? You open Wall Street Journal day after day, they are not able to nail down the reason for that. We can easily say salary, but I've hired a babysitter for my daughter. It's costing me $20 an hour. $20 an hour. So the wages have gone up, but still these phenomenon of people quitting work or retiring early is continuing. So it may be a bigger problem in our economy overall, which hopefully certainly executive interviews will reflect what is causing a little microcosm of LCS, but I think it's a bigger problem in our economy, which is it's all over the sectors. Higher education, K through 12, healthcare, you name it, and they have it.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Mr. Trost.
Yeah, I am alarmed, only because I think it was a month or two ago when I had a big list of this. I was told by the board here, well, the reason we have this big list is because they're letting us know they're leaving before this contract renewal comes. So I hear what Dr. Carter says about, hey, we see this on a, you know, it's a normal for this time of year. But I was just told a month or two ago, oh, we're seeing this big number of departures now because of the contract issues. So I am alarmed. I do not envy your position. It's tough. I get it. But we don't need to be doing, oh, I don't want to hear excuses. Well, that's what's happening in the rest of the world. We're not the rest of the world. This is our world, and we got to deal with our world. I don't have the magic answer. It's tough. But we've got to do something for this. And Mr. Harvey's exactly right. Acquisition is far more, or new hire is far more expensive than retention across any business. Credit card businesses, dish network, cable network, education. So that's why I advocate for the increased salaries. Money isn't everything. We've got environment, which gets to, you know, I mean, it's tough being a teacher. I get it. But I have spoken to, you know, a small sample of teachers that have left. I mean, they're going to other districts primarily for money. Small sample group of 5 maybe, but that's the reason they're leaving. In fact, I've been told that some of them are going to Roanoke, but the good news for us is they're not relocating their families. To me, that says we can get those people back if we can somehow match salaries or what have you. They don't want to have to drive to Roanoke for more money, I can tell you that, but they're doing it for more money. One that I know is going a little further away, moving. So I hear you, Ms. Morrison, but I think a big part of it for many of these people is the money, and we just got to do better. And I am concerned about the bleed and the drain of this talent, because we have some great teachers that really, truly want to teach the students, and we just can't keep them here. So for whatever that's worth, I don't know. But I am concerned about the number that's leaving, and I don't think it's just, I mean, you've said you've seen this before. I mean, that's big numbers, and it happened a couple months ago, and it's continuing to happen. So let's continue to address it. I wish I had a silver bullet for you.
Thank you, Mr. Trost. And one of the things you were arguing is a valid point about local control, and that's why we fight for that. So you're right. We in Lynchburg have been given the opportunity for local control, and we'll continue to look at these hard issues as we move forward. Anyone else want to comment on it? Dr. Brennan.
I just want to thank Ms. Scott for what you're doing to try to get this. It's a big job, and I know that, you know, you haven't been there all that long, but I think it really is important, and I think doing the exit interviews is going to be very helpful. I'll just say what other people are saying, which is that I'm sort of impressed that 23% of people are going to other positions. So they're not quitting teaching like I know there's a group doing that, but we really do need to make sure that we're attractive. And I think it's going to have to do with beyond salaries. It's the climate in the schools, it's the discipline, it's the benefits, these other things which we do have control over, and we just need to do better to keep these people. I think that's a really good point that you all have made.
Always room
Thank
for
you for doing
improvement.
Thank you so much.
Anyone who did not speak would like to speak to this, otherwise we can entertain a motion. Of course, this was pulled from the consent agenda, and it is before us now for action. Yes, Dr. Edwards, please, please.
Absolutely. So, and thank you for acknowledging the very difficult position that not only myself, but even, this goes down to our building principals too, who are on the first lines of hiring. They feel it as well when they have an opening and they open up, talented, and there's nobody there to even interview or choose from, as well as my colleagues, superintendents. And I think even Mr. Luce started by saying we are down in this Commonwealth by over 2,000 teachers. So it is a struggle of which that's a fact, not necessarily an excuse or anything. I do agree that you need a balanced approach. You need to retain the staff that you have. And I do want to acknowledge the efforts that this administration has done, just as simple as when we put the bonus out. And the substitute was like, hey, well, we want to keep those substitutes. They could be our future teachers. So we have to be responsive in real time to doing things like that, which is what we're doing. Our veterans who are like, we've been here, like you said, Patty's been 48 years. Is a commitment. And what does that say when we go through the efforts to say, well, you're on the higher end, we're going to give you a lower side. We went back and retooled all of that and made cuts to say, we want to keep you. We want to retain you. There have been a couple, so-and-so might leave, and we've sent our version of intervention specialists, including myself, who have gone in there and said, what's making you think? What would make you, what is going on? And we actually have had people stay and reconsider and just say, oh, you're doing that? Okay, this is going to work. But we have to have those relationships and know and be able to do that. We've used creatively our signing bonuses, and on the other end, when we have retention bonuses, to use them to keep people. I've heard people talk about just wanting opportunities and advancement and things like that. We try to do a blended approach of advancing people within a division, but also bringing in new talent. One of the things that I heard when I went and just surveying the buildings, some of our very dedicated teachers are like, look, I love my 5-6 classes, but if you don't get extra people to do that room and that room and that room, I'm going to leave. So it's not that I'm leaving for better salaries or anything like that. You need to hire new talent to make up the vacancy, so that I, as a math teacher or a science teacher, am not feeling like I have to do double duty just to be and serve here. And that's important. So that balanced approach of, we need retention, but we also, as Ms. Morrison said, it's no longer the Gold Watch Committee community anymore, when you just all stayed here. And my children are the same. And I look at my children and I just go, wow, they're all in their 20s, and they've had more jobs between all of them than any of us, as the aunts and uncles and parents have had. But that's what they do. They're just like, next opportunity, thank you. And they're good at what they do, and we're recognizing that we have that too. We have folks who are like that. And we're gonna have to constantly have a good talent feed. In terms of working with the colleges and everything, and we've talked a little bit, and even with some of our scholarships with the Ed Foundation, let's get in early. Let's get in those classes when they're juniors and just be like, hey, you want to work for us, so that we kind of set up the tone where they're getting ready to graduate and they're like, where do I want to go? It's almost like Lynchburg City Schools. Lynchburg City Schools is where you want to come, so that we always have that backup talent. One thing Dr. Gupta says to me all the time is, what is that sustainability? What's that succession plan? And we know with the baby boomer generation that we're going to have folks who are right now, they're like, I could retire, I will retire. And that's where we are. And we need a plan for replacing that generation. What we're seeing is that's not just us. We all need a plan for replacing that generation, while we also hold on to gems who are just dynamic with what they do. So yes, and I don't want to make it sound like we don't do exit interviews. It's not that formal process, and some folks may be like, well, nobody ever talked to me. Our process where you decide you want to separate from the division starts with, let me talk to my supervisor, I'm going to fill out a form. And even with the people who report to me, the first, when they say, oh, I just need to share this with you, I'm thinking about this, I say why. Now, is that a formal, on this date, she had a clocked exit interview? And I go over with, well, what is it? What, is there anything that we can do? Blah, blah, blah. And if it's a relocation, a family thing, which sometimes happen, we do get that information and then share that with HR. What we are going to do is have a formalized more on the HR end where, yes, I had a building principal the other day just tell us somebody's thinking about leaving, get in there. And it's exactly what we did. That's a pre-exit interview, but would you be able to see that on a form? We don't have a form for it. We don't have a clock for it, but we have been doing that. And we have been getting the information as to why folks are moving from position to position. Sometimes they write letters. Sometimes you guys receive, here's why I'm leaving LCS. Sometimes they talk. Sometimes they don't even want to talk to their supervisor. But all of that information, what we are attempting to do that Ms. Scott is talking about is formalize it so we can say, all right, you, and I did it with 2 of my principals. I have all my notes on everything about everything and give it to me honest, what we can do better. So I have that. She doesn't have it. So how do I get it to HR so that it's quantifiable is what she is now setting up for us. So there's a difference between you don't do it to you don't have a formalized way of reporting it all back out with the exception of what's on that particular form. So we are hearing it, we are feeling it, and we agree with you. It is much more expensive to retrain, retool than it is to keep. And we're all tired too. So we want to keep, if you're out there and you're a Lynchburg City staff member, we want to keep you. We do not want to lose you. And we are doing all of our efforts to keep our very talented staff.
And I'm sorry, I didn't explain that good, but yes, thank you for that, Dr.
Dr. Gupta?
You know, salary is only one variable of this equation. Teaching is not an easy job anymore when you got rising behavior problems in class. So if I'm a teacher, I'm looking for alternate occupations. So it requires a complete ecosystem to be analyzed than just the one variable of that ecosystem is salary. With these new millennials, you can throw as much money as you want in front of them. If they don't like the work environment, they are not coming back. So that culture survey, things you're doing hopefully will give a clear picture of the ecosystem at LCS and see how it is. What do we need to do going forward to fix it?
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. There's a motion on the floor to approve the human resource report.
I move that we approve the human resources report.
A second.
All right, been moved by Dr. Carter, seconded by Ms. Morrison, that we will approve the human resource report. Is there any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Chose?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This now moves us to the superintendent's comments.
And just 2 very quick comments and to end on a positive note. I am excited about our summer school program that is starting, Power Scholars and our credit recovery and our pedal programs. And thank you to all of the talented staff who are here to do that work and work with our students. We certainly appreciate it, and I think it's going to be awesome. And I just have to give a shout out to the Heritage High School boys and girls track and field team, just amazing. Again, state champions. It was just 3-peat in some areas, 5 times in the last 5 years. They are outstanding, and kudos to them and for representing us the way that they do. And I'm just so very, very proud of them and want to thank them.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Edwards, and doing an outstanding job. Now move us to board comments, and I'll start with Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to give a shout out to both high schools, Heritage and Glass, for an excellent commencement program. Both of them were very different, but yet both of them had their highlights and their strengths, and I was just really impressed with a lot of our student speakers, and just, you know, congratulate each one of our graduates. As they discussed during the commencement exercises, you know, we're graduating students that struggled through COVID, and that seems to have a huge impact on them. And I just thank them for their commitment to their education and sticking with it, and graduating, and especially some of the very positive speakers, youth speakers. Also wanted to send a shout out to the folks at TC Miller with their field day. They did an excellent job with the staff planning that, the fun activities for the students. But I wanted to say a special thank you to all the parents and the volunteers that were there. I was amazed at how many volunteers were in attendance, helping out with the program, and it was just a highlight. And I just know that if we can continue to do that at that school, but at all schools, parents and volunteers coming in, that's that mentorship that Director Reeves was talking about. That's a way that we can show our support for our schools. So I encourage our public to get involved and volunteer in any way that you can, especially if you can make a direct impact on a student.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Dr. Gupta.
I'd like to thank all the faculty, staff, and all the employees of Lynchburg City Schools for a very productive year. And don't give up on this board. I think we have your back, and the things will take time, but we'll fix the salary. Hopefully, you know, we'll do things which need to be done. We all love you, and please stay with us. Don't give up so soon on us. Dr. Edwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Dr. Sinha.
I don't know how to follow that act, but I too am appreciative of everything that has to happen and all the people that have to make it happen for us to celebrate graduations with our students. And unfortunately, I couldn't be there, but I know that commencement exercises are always so inspiring. And I wish everybody a restful, safe summer. And it's good to see the kids on vacation running in the neighborhoods.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Sinha. Dr. Carter.
And I'm just always grateful and just prayerful for the time when the students finish, especially the 12th graders, until the last one comes across that graduation stage, that there's no traumatic events. And this year is the second year that we haven't had any, because a lot of times you have shootings or car accidents, so that's always a plus when we can have all our students graduate. And also for the Heritage High School track team that you already mentioned, Dr. Edwards and Alicia Oaks, she's just continuing to raise the bar. And to the top 15 graduates of both EC Glass and Heritage, and I know one is a daughter of Mr. Trost, and I think maybe another.
My guardian. No,
And also Dr. Brennan. So just happy for them. And one was Eugene Kim also, who was one of our student reps.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carter. Ms. Morrison.
I just want to thank everyone who worked so hard to get the bonuses out to our staff. I've heard much appreciation for that extra gift, and I know it took a lot of work, and but I felt that it was really a small thing that we could do for all of our staff, all of them. So I just want to thank you. I know it took a lot of work. I also want to thank the board for sticking in there with this budget, because we have really gone around and around. And I too have made salary something that I've been focusing on since day one. And we're not there yet, but I am confident that we can get there. It's just going to take a little bit longer than I thought it would, but I think we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Mrs. Morrison. Dr. Brennan.
So just briefly, I'd like to thank all the LCS staff for the great job they've done this year, but also I particularly want to thank the EC Glass staff. I had the opportunity to attend what I hope will be my last EC Gas graduation as a parent or guardian. And it was wonderful. They've done a great job, but I will look forward to seeing in the future as an attendee. But thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. Mr. Trost?
And I want to thank the city staff, school staff, and the students for allowing me to sit on 2 commencement exercises. It is what a heartwarming and just a positive experience. It really brought so much joy to me to see these children come in anticipation, getting ready to hear their name.
Mm-hmm.
And it renewed my vigor to continue, as I'm sure everybody on this board here, to continue to strive for the best for our children and our staff. And I'm really grateful for that opportunity. And I as most of I think all of you guys here, every child there I consider to be my child as well. And I want the best and success for all of them, and really look forward to a bright future for all of them. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trost. I appreciate that. And certainly, I just want to say thank you to each of you all as board members. You're doing a remarkable job. It's a lot that goes into this, and each of you are doing a wonderful job behind the scenes, up front, in helping Lynchburg City Schools as we seek to provide public education in the best way possible. Now, I'll just be out there by myself, but you and all of us are bragging about that Lynchburg is certainly amongst the top in the Commonwealth, and I'm thankful for the direction that we're moving. Now, we've got some things in front of us we got to deal with. Each of you got your resolutions concerning the collective bargaining piece, and we will help guide through that. So you don't have to worry about it tonight or anything of that nature, but that's in front of us. We've got a lot of things in front of us, but together we'll be able to address all of those concerns and make it happen. We do want to thank Lynchburg City Council for providing early 3 new board members for us, and of course, as that is publicly shared, and all of us, and we'll be informing you on how that process will unfold itself. So having said that, I think that it is important that we would understand where we're going in terms of informational items. We are grateful that the Legislative Advocacy and Community Relations Committee will now meet on Tuesday, June the 21st. Madam Chair, would that still be at 3:30 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. And our next school board work session will now be Tuesday, June the 14th at 5 p.m. in the school administration building. And then School Board Member Morrison, as noted, the Finance and Facilities Committee, Tuesday, June the 28th, will meet as needed, and Dr. Sinha is a part of that at this time. All right, having said that, distinguished members of the board, I would now like us to entertain a motion pursuant to the Code of Virginia, Section 2.23711A1, that the school board needs to convene a closed meeting for the purpose of discussing the following specific matters: the superintendent's evaluation. Is there a motion for us to go into closed meeting?
I move that we go into closed meeting.
Been moved by Dr. Carter. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Trost. Any further questions or discussion on the said motion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
School Board Member Trost?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan?
Yes.
School Board Member Ms. Morrison?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
I really wanted to say no.
Was that all right?
School Board Member Dr. Carter?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha?
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right, we'll take a little break for all of Austin and his team to take care of the mics for us. And we'll just stay put. The clerk and others can assist her, can get your meal. That's one of the courtesies that you do receive as a school board member. Thank you, Dr. Evans, for an outstanding job. Just great hires.